Yeah, man.
That's hot shit right there, man.
So what we gonna do? We gonna dub.
News networks are not even getting clicks like that. So this shows like there's an opportunity for this, what we're doing here on this show.
Look up something to back check, kind of like cross reference.
Yeah, I should put the.
You say you look that shit up. That's the name of your show.
Yeah,
that's right. What really drew me in.
Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up. Pulley.
Looks like we got us another hit.
Yep. EUX. I'm dyslexic. The King Chuck ENTDEUX. That's the backup page. Please check us out there. Help us out a lot. Like, share, and subscribe. And hope I don't get in trouble for playing that last video. I probably shouldn't have played that shit. I'm always testing the damn waters, bro. That shit gonna get me.
You are now
Who and what are we gonna complain about tonight?
You are now
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot. I'm about to expose this. What's the prognosis?
They have medication, I don't know their diagnosis.
You niggas is some roaches. You wanna approach this?
The chopper stand for rage, so you can call it roasting.
Man, I ain't posting. You flow in slow motion.
Bang, bang, nigga, look how your chest is open.
Main thing is gonna change when me and Flame take over the fucking game.
The order 16 balls, and we know we go hard.
Parlez-vous français, nigga, pass the cigars.
Je m'appelle Flame, Flame, and your girl give brain.
Chica, señorita, mira, I got dick.
Little poquito, won't you go and swallow it?
Dolce Gabbana, I bought it, now you model it.
If your essay trick, then I'ma hit him with them hollow tips.
That shit hot flame, let's go and dive.
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot.
They jockers in the game like a MJ fadeaway.
They gon' know my name, it ain't never gon' fade away.
One bullet plus your face, nigga, that equals a takeaway.
Bust through like a fullback, nigga, I'ma make a way.
Taking shots, young nigga, like a Steve Nash breakaway.
Me and Flame holding shit down like a fucking paperweight.
Working hard to kill a nigga, homie, you could call it Labor Day.
Use a bitch, homie, gon' drink on your haterade.
Rapping about where them quarters that we blitz you like a quarterback.
Where your daughter at, she into sacks like Warren Sapp.
Make you fumble your nuts like you was hit by a cornerback.
You wanna battle rap, so act like you want it, black.
Separate your nuts and put your brains where the cattle's at.
Time to go, nigga, get your ass in the Cadillac.
Lollygagging this shit talking, nigga, we ain't having that.
Hip hop is coming back, imagine
It's
that.
that real hip hop.
Flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop.
Hey, flaming shot.
So you lames can stop.
Cause we flaming hot.
This that real hip hop. We won't flip flop. Watch when the album drop. That be something you cop. It's flaming chalk. Man, nigga know that we hot.
We on the spot, nigga, and we not young jock. We got them Glocks pop.
Aim and pop. Give me 3 seconds, let me reload the clock.
Tick, 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 goes the clock on the wall. Don't give a motherfuck that you all gon' fall. We all gon' ball, we up in the mall, buying anything we see.
We your enemy with the beef ready to creep. Chock, chock, and flame, flame, we on your street. Real hip-hop shit, this really is classic. When I'm spitting off my tongue, it could get drastic, it could get nasty. Wrap you in plastic, show your boy that you ain't nothing but a bastard. Slash the actress
Flame, don't do them like that. They know that shit whack with them elementary raps. Why you even think about putting that on wax? Nigga, I'm spitting facts, the truth. When I strap up my black boots, my troops coming through.
I pop shots where your kids at. Put the Glock to your nuts and push your kids back. Like where your sperm like burn you like perm. And I bet you learn you ain't fucking with a flaming jock, you're getting burnt.
Hey, hey, hey. And we ain't never heard nothing like this.
We did that shit that y'all think that the famous do, and we did that shit.
You know what I'm saying?
We the shit, nigga.
Hey, we ain't never heard nothing like this. We hot, and we not gonna stop. We not gonna stop.
Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march, it's time to march. It's better to gun, never to run, so here we come, to sever the lung. Meticulous to the letter, ridiculous think you ever get with this lyricist. I really think I'll be feeling this shit forever. Gotta get my shit together, regardless of the weather. And if I think my mental's clever, smoking a switch or sweet on leather, the niggas can't keep me tethered. I'll fuck around, pull the levers, hot while you niggas wearing sweaters. They got people in place wherever. I really wanna shake the ladder, or maybe it makes me smarter. Really it makes me harder, make me better to raise my daughter. You people gon' check the order. How many wanna be a martyr? How many is getting larger? Any respect the father. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march. It's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march. It's time to march. Live slide, situation, faces and names. Live slide, catching cases, chasing them games. Why you gotta kill for 15 seconds of fame? And why I keep it real but still expecting to change? Why do I feel like redirecting my pain? Smiling while I'm saying to myself I'm insane. Hating for your health, you can't help but be lame. Obsessed with the wealth and it's melting your brain. I done heard them discussions about cases and planes, and I done seen repercussions. I ain't touching the game. Choose the pictures you like, we just making the frame. You can have a light, but we taking the flame. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march. It's time to march. Strap your boots on, we finna march, we finna march. It's time to march.
It's better than gun, never to run. Either way, fall to the righteous ones. I'm a soldier, dressed in fatigue, and turn up my boots, ain't scared of no one. Ready for war, even if I'm asleep. Waking up, busting these niggas on sight. I'm shining like a motherfucker, even the blind can see the light. Y'all think I'm ready, but we go with the heat that make y'all do it again. Remain the same as we keep it real. The format bitch niggas could never win. And I'm always ready to attack, making sure that you ain't coming back. Even these bitches don't get no slag when these boots are fucking black. Nickel.
It's not just talent.
That's what y'all ought to do.
gotta know what the fuck you doing.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. When the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I will hit any chick who likes sodomy, sex on stilts. While a big top watching me, I eat fish like a culinary apology. I leave you like an open heart. I just can't quit. Feel like it's a part of me. My wrist on lit. Time to join the party. We check the list quick. Who got the bottle? See a poker face chip. I know she gonna swallow me, bite my lip. While I'm watching people watching me, that's not it. Won't you climb right on top of me? My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. My mind's so sick. It's a function of my bodily. I feel it, you feel it. She say I'm feeling it inside of me. I dig it, you dig it. We digging all over your body. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom. Come get it, I'm with it. I'm gon' get it on the bottom.
Shawty come and jump on my ride. That's what you ought to do. Let the sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing sign, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
I done heard, I done thought, now I wonder and wanna see.
You said you really are the king of the jungle, but can it be? Now you really gotta work and be holding the head of me. Cause if you don't know how to stroke, it could cause a catastrophe. I'm a soldier, so I seek and destroy you so naturally. Put some scratches on your back and then ask what the matter be. Demonstrations while the dudes and the women be after me. Leaving weak and desperate, crying to see me on better knees. They saying where she go? Daylight, flashlight, put me on extra glow. I tried to tell you though, platinum sunshine's about to blow. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I want to give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. Platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I want to give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
You want it, so come on, we gonna follow me. We light fires like Hanukkah, marijuana by the tree, like a harmonica. Lick it with no teeth. I like when it's sloshing and getting salty like the sea. Gotta slide it off and make sure it's soft enough for me. Reach the top of the mountain and have you sounding out your teeth. It sound like it's coughing and talking, saying more please. I'm sticking and stabbing it. Jason for a heat. Roll it on over and go get on the floor, please. Some of you born in October, long as you over 18. Going to prison for pussy, just something that I can't see. Old bitch and she ready and she can munch a dick mean. Gon' hop in my Chevy, we bout to hit the scene. Man, the spot is so heavy. Hopping, I seen, man, I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team, man, I'm fresh and so ready. Popping like team.
Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do. Shawty come and jump in my ride. That's what you ought to do. The platinum sun is starting to shine. You feel like calling you? I think I wanna give you some time. You better follow through. Stop playing shine, show me your grind. That's what you ought to do.
Comes too fast. Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, we want you to be an activist, and don't take our word for it. Look that shit up, please. What's up, Nina? How you feel?
Good.
I want to apologize to my Rumble people because last week I had technical difficulties, and I think at least 2 of the shows I couldn't broadcast the Rumble. And it was some stuff I was doing that I was doing wrong, and I finally figured out what I was doing wrong. But Rumble is different. I have to create a stream key and all of this stuff special for each stream, for each night. So the rest of the sites that I broadcast to, I can have everything preset. And when it's time to go, I just hit the button and that's it. You know, just add them on or whatever. But I have to do a special process for Rumble anyways. So I just wanted to apologize to the Rumble viewers that, you know, but I got it under control. So we're broadcasting live on Rumble tonight. So, and we will be for the foreseeable future. I wanted to apologize for that. You see this little thing right here? It says protesters walked by Justice Amy Coney Barrett's house today. I thought that was funny. So I just left it in the background because they have on the Handmaid's Tale outfits.
I still haven't watched the show or read the book yet.
Yeah, man, you should check it out. Just check the trailer or whatever, and that'll give you the gist of the story, because the story is what it's, you know, what's important. And that's why people are latching on to it so heavily, because it really sounds, it's set in the future in the United States, and the United States has broken up into pieces. There's a war going on. There's a certain part of the United States is called Gilead. And in this place, you know, well, the overall backdrop is that only some women can make babies at this time. So the world is kind of falling apart because only a certain number of women can actually get pregnant. So this place, Gilead, they kidnap women and they just force them to make babies for the rich people. And like the women are basically slaves, and they go from one house to another after they have a baby or whatever. They live with the family until she gets pregnant and gives birth, and then she moves on to another family. Those are the handmaids.
Wow, that's crazy.
And they dress up like that with the red outfit with the white little top. That way everybody can identify, who they are. It's really crazy.
From what I remember, like the non-fertile women just get to live their lives regularly, or
no, because this world is crazy. Women don't even in Gilead, women can't own property. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's basically like the 1800s and shit. Like, it's all patriarchal. The women can't own property. That's one of the first things they did in the movie was they froze the women's bank accounts. Well, in the show, they froze the women's bank accounts and forced them that a man had to take over ownership of their bank account. It had to be their uncle or husband or dad. And that was the first way they started. And then they kicked them all off their jobs. They fired all of them. Women couldn't work. So, and that's how it started.
Wow. Very dystopian, but it seems like we're getting closer to that.
I know. That's why I was so stuck in that show when I saw it. It had me stuck. Season 1, season 2, I would say is good. I didn't watch it past that, but it had me so stuck. I was like, I could totally see all of these things happening for real. And that's why I do the show, and that's why I be screaming at Pat and shit. Because some of the rhetoric that he uses is that rhetoric that they use, and I don't like it. But people don't realize they're using those words, and they don't understand the strength of those words. Like the dog whistles and stuff like that Donald Trump was doing, and that's pretty much how he got elected, with those dog whistles that he was sending out. And only certain people can hear them.
Right.
Those that know, those are the ones that can hear it. And so also you have this slippery slope of you have a certain segment of society who have these extreme views on how they think the world should be. If somehow these people end up in power, then that's because we don't really have a democracy. What the people want is not what happens. Yeah. So, you have a select few of people who have a lot of power. If they decide to take us back to the 1800s, then the 1800s is where we'll be.
What did you, I heard a lot of people calling on term limits for the Supreme Court justices. What did you think about that?
Yeah, I think term limits is a good idea. I understand the reason why they did it the way that they did it originally, because the different branches of government are supposed to balance each other out. And one of the things with the Supreme Court is they're supposed to be politically impartial. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. That's the reason why they made them that way. Because see, if you have to keep getting reelected, then you have to, you want to pander to your base or pander to the campaign donation people so that you can make sure that you get reelected again. So the idea is, they don't have to get reelected, so they shouldn't have to pander to anyone or whatever. And they can really just give their expert opinions on stuff. So, but see, the thing is, the more I learn about the Supreme Court is a rabbit hole to go down. So because the more I think about the Supreme Court, I think it was pretty damn corrupt from the jump. Even though on its face, they wanted to make it look like, a certain thing and certain, balance things out and that it's apolitical. So, but but I do believe in the term limits for the justices. It shouldn't be that they die to get up out of there, man. I don't know, man. I don't know what will be the best way. And the tradition on that is so ingrained that I think that the American public will have a really hard time swallowing any kind of change to the terms of Supreme Court justices, because it's been this way. It's been this way since it started, since its conception. So people are going to scream the Constitution, the Constitution, the Constitution. So I think it would be tough to change it, but I think it would be a good idea to make that different. I don't know what it would look like, but yeah, make that different, because I don't know, man. I think that these individuals have too much power. But you know, if they were fair in the way that the people were put up there, then I think that it would serve the point, you know, the purpose that it's supposed to serve. But it's not. Like the Obama sat on the white guy with the glasses, I can't think of his name right now, but for a whole year he had nominated this guy, and they sat on it because it was the end of the election. I mean, the end of his cycle, and he's all like, "Oh, well, it's going to be an election coming in a year, so he shouldn't get to pick a justice or whatever." Like, that's the kind of stuff that causes the thing to not be right. You know what I mean? That gives it illegitimacy, because technically you should have a pretty liberal Supreme Court right now, and you would if it wasn't for the things that they did to cause it to be conservative. But here's the thing, though. I think that the whole idea of the Supreme Court is to be super ultra conservative and to like pretend to be, they're just supposed to be like the common sense conservative. Like, what I mean is, like, that's the real image of America, of the United States, from its conception. Like, regardless of how progressive we like to think we are, or liberal we like to think we are, the real heart of America is very conservative. You know, like I say, Virginia was the first place. Like, Virginia, like these people are something else. They are very they're like the Mormons or the Amish or whatever. That's the real heart of America. You know what I'm saying? And so the Supreme Court is supposed to uphold the real heart of America, and that's ultra conservative, I would say. And so it wouldn't represent America if it wasn't that. So then that's the reason why the powers that be keep it from being anything other than that. Because if you want to think of the Supreme Court as progressive,
right?
I mean, I can't think of the Supreme Court. They're far from progressive. And historically, they have not been progressive.
And also it irks me a little bit when I hear, like, the last time before the last time we talked about the lady saying just vote, but there's a whole lot of money that are involved in the elections and in the decision when it comes to the lobbyist and who's funding who, and I just see corruption like just interwoven into the fabric.
And that was my argument. That's what I was saying, because the lady was saying just, "Oh, you guys got to go vote." And what I was saying was like, okay, I'm telling people to go vote, but at the same time, that is not how you're going to get things taken care of. But you should be politically active just so you can know more about what's going on. You're more plugged in. So that's the point. So, but yeah, of course, man, it's the lobbyists, the corporations get what they want. A lot of the legislation gets written by them. Somebody leaked, I don't know if it was WikiLeaks, somebody dropped in real ass documents that showed how it was an email, and it had showed this legislation before and after, and basically it had little changes, and the original document came from a corporation. And so that's it, directly from a corporation sent to a politician. A politician makes slight changes to it. Boom, it lands on the floor and gets voted on.
Right.
That's not how things should work.
Right.
The corporations are writing these legislations so that it benefits them. They find their ways for their loopholes. A lot of times, like a good example is Obamacare, because the way Obamacare was written, it was written in a way to give the outs for these companies, for these corporations, and I'm sure it was written by a damn corp. That was probably another damn, legislation that was written by a corporation, because that's what it is. And then see, later on with Obamacare, they was like, wait, we didn't know that this was going to happen. We didn't expect these, we didn't expect these repercussions from this shit or whatever. And I'm calling bullshit. The people who wrote that shit knew this. You know what I'm saying? They put that in there, you know what I'm saying, on purpose. Anyways, I want to. Did you catch any of the videos? I wonder where everybody's at. I'm gonna try to slow down a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Did you catch any of the videos? What did you see? What interested you?
So I saw the journalist that just got killed, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Shireen, I believe her name was.
Let's go ahead and go into that. Go ahead.
And I don't know. I'm not well versed on the press privileges in like wartime. Like they were saying like she shouldn't have got shot. She had press written her, and I had no clue that you have privileges as press in wartime. Like you can't just get killed. Like,
yeah,
so that was really interesting to learn.
It's like the Geneva Convention or whatever, you know. That's why they wear the big, huge press and, you know, in big letters so they can see it from far away. But see, the reason why I sent that video is because this is how they do. And I wish that people knew more about it. So, you know, Israel, Palestine, and all of this, you know, they're always like, oh, they've been fighting forever. But that's bullshit. Dig around a little bit. So the thing is, knowing the history, like I don't even have to know this story to know what happened because I've been following this shit for a while. Mm-hmm. So the you know, she got hit by a sniper, period. You know what I'm saying? Israeli sniper. And they do this kind of thing all the time. Like they don't care. They get to, you know, act with impunity, you know? They have this, you know, it's really weird. You have to learn more about Israel. You know that the everybody has to enlist. If you're a citizen within Israel, everybody has to enlist in the army. Okay, so they have like this thing where, yeah, you rotate in and out. So everybody works in the army if you within this age range, and they rotate in and out. So these are like the same people as the citizens. And what you have to understand, what they're really doing, this is like them going and having fun. Like war is fun to them because it's like a game they're playing. They get to snipe people and all of this kind of shit, right? That's really how it is. They have all the equipment, they have all these unlimited resources, and they're fighting against these people who don't have shit, and they basically taking their shit. So the aggression that they have is it's like a, you know, it's like it's to excuse what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you're doing something wrong and you double down. Like if you lie and somebody catches you in a lie, and you double down on with a more aggressive and outrageous lie. So that's kind of how Israel do with Palestine. So they're you know, and they're always talking about, oh, we have to protect ourselves or whatever, but they're the aggressor, and every little thing that they do, the Palestinians do, they completely overreact. Like huge overreaction, and it's
for defending themselves, right?
And they say it in the line of forgiving themselves. Let's play a bit of this since you mentioned this. I really wanted to play the other video because I think it breaks it down better, but this one goes over the overall. Anyways.
The death of a journalist, Shireen
Am I sharing this?
Yeah. On Wednesday morning, she was hit by a live bullet while reporting in the city of Jenin. The network Shireen worked for says that she was murdered in cold blood, and they've blamed Israeli forces for her death. Israel has made the same charge of cold-blooded murder. It says Shireen was murdered by Palestinian gunmen. They've even released a video as evidence. Our next report has more.
This was Shireen Abu Akleh, a veteran journalist from Jerusalem. For the last couple of weeks, she had been reporting on the ongoing clashes in Israel. The skirmishes between Palestinians and Israeli defense forces. On Wednesday morning, Shireen died on field. The 51-year-old was hit by a live bullet while covering Israeli raids in the city of Jenin. Video footage shows her lying motionless on the ground as a colleague ducks for cover and pleads for help. Shireen was buried in her native Jerusalem.
She was probably filming something they didn't want her to film, you know, The propaganda that comes out of there is strong as hell. Like they got ironclad on the media.
Her body was carried through the streets, draped in a Palestinian flag, covered with a press flag jacket. As her colleagues and family mourn her death, a blame game has begun. The network Shireen worked for says she was murdered. It claims she was assassinated in cold blood by Israeli troops. The chairman of the PLO has reiterated these claims. He says the journalist was killed to obscure the truth. Israel doesn't agree. The country's prime minister himself has refuted the allegations. In a detailed statement, Naftali Bennett has said, according to the information we have gathered, it appears likely that armed Palestinians who were firing indiscriminately at the time were responsible for the unfortunate death of the journalist. To back Bennett's assertion, the IDF has released this video. It claims the video apparently shows that a Palestinian gunman killed the journalist. Watch how. Which side is speaking the truth? We don't know. The thing is, conflicts are full of pitfalls for journalists. The threats they face are many and wide-ranging.
I hate the way they cover this shit because they're always like, we don't really know what happened. And that gives Israel cover every time because that little bit of doubt is all they need. And they fucking like, okay, hey, we don't really know what happened. And that's what they always say. We don't know the facts on the ground. We don't know what really happened. Whatever, bro. We know what the narrative is. We know what tends to happen. We know what has happened historically.
Right.
Hold on, let me see if I can.
And I'm sure this isn't the beginning of the war crimes. It's not like they haven't done this before.
Exactly. This is not the first time that this has happened. So that's the thing. So, but the media is so friendly with Israel that everyone is so scared to talk about them. And I used to think that it was because of what happened with the Jews and Nazi, the Germany and all that. And I used to think that, people are extra sensitive, because these people have historically been, persecuted, oppressed,
Right.
but I don't think that's it. Like, it's more to it than that, like, I think that I really don't know. That's the thing I don't really understand. Like people want to say that they have that much control over the media as far as like input because they're the ones that does the media and owns it and shit. But I don't think that they could control all of the media. Like they don't own all the and everybody is super nice to them on these topics.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if I can't find the other video of it was I think it was Democracy Now. I don't see it. Damn it.
Doesn't the US have a tight relationship with Israel right now?
Absolutely. Well, we sell a lot of arms to them. That's the main thing, our main relationship with them. But the ties run deeper than that because really, if you look at history, you understand that Israel is a little mini United States. Like their history is so similar, and they're going through the little process, like the process that United States went to from sea to shining sea. Manifest Destiny. Basically persecuting the Indians, the Native Americans, and eradicating them.
Right.
That's pretty much the same process that Israel is doing now with the Palestinians. It's like the same thing. It's like exactly the same thing. So, that's the reason why United States is so cool with Israel, because they're like their little baby. I cannot find the fucking video. I swear it was here. I swear it was a Democracy Now, but I guess I'm gonna just move on because I can't find it. Well, we can read the comments underneath that video. How about that? The one we just played.
Now I want to bring
Palestine, the whole thing, bro, is so complicated, but everybody gotta, learn more about it and just don't look at it from the top. I bet you it's gonna be some good comments in here. Let me see. Gunman killed her. We start Globalist United World, blah, blah, blah. Okay, first comment, it says, now I feel what Anas Malik go through when he reports from Afghanistan and Ukraine. It's dangerous to be a reporter. Like, they're killing reporters. A lot of journalists dying in Mexico like crazy right now. Like every week it's like 3 or 4 of them. Let me read next comment. It says, why does it matter which side did this? What else is expected while being in the middle of live fire where nothing can be predicted and everything is at stake? That sounds like some bullshit
than that.
Yeah, that sounds like some bullshit cop out. Let me read some more. It says, this is so sad, praying for her family. Another one, it says, never seen any media covering these news from the both sides. Unbiased, hats off to Weon. They're not completely unbiased. Unless Israel and the Palestinians buy their weapons from the same dealer, it should be easy to tell who it came from. The investigators would know this. Exactly. Come on. It says, Palki, don't go in between firing to make a live coverage. You are, of course, a daredevil, but take care. We want to hear you for many more years. I didn't get that one at all. So many wars across the globe, no learnings from World War I and II, still fighting for ideologies. It's sad. It's a sad state of affairs. It says, great coverage, though. Sad story, but you guys are better than any news company in Canada. Of course, I get scared. In a specific moment, you forget that fear. We don't throw ourselves to death. We go and we try to find where we can stand and how to protect the team with me before I think about how I'm going to go up on the screen and what I'm going to say. Yeah, man, they probably had to go out of their way to hit them because they know what's going on. They're not going to put themselves in the middle of live fire.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyways, that's a sad story. In the title, I put, if aliens took black people away from Earth.
Explain that. Explain that.
Well, I am. Let's get into it. And the other part is Young Thug got the RICO charges. Did you hear about that?
I saw the videos. It's a pretty serious charge from what I was looking at the comments. They said he could potentially be going away. I actually had a talk with Tanner, my husband, and I was like, are these guys really doing what? Because I'm a huge hip hop fan and rap fan. So I'm like, when I'm listening to it, I'm like, yeah, no one's really doing that. No one's really, but some people are out here. And then I was telling him how the kind of pipeline from struggle to getting money and how the music is affected and how like people love hearing, especially in the hip hop rap genre, that struggle, and people connect to that struggle and the soulfulness of it. And so I was like, how is rap and hip hop going to evolve from this so that we are not just being praised for telling our stories of struggle and rags to riches and kind of reaffirming that American dream, so it was interesting. It was interesting to hear this come out. And he's not the only one. I think Gunna too.
Yep, it's like 26 of them. So, but I think what you're saying is what I wanted to kind of touch on. The reason why, because I usually don't touch on this kind of stuff, but I feel like it's important because it's like, didn't 6ix9ine get caught up in some shit like this? Didn't what's his name? They used to be with Nicki Minaj, the rapper.
Meek.
Didn't Meek Mill get caught up in some stuff like this? I think he got out of it, but it's like, okay, so I got the video from the Breakfast Club. Did you watch that video? Yeah, and he was talking about, I liked what he said in there about how, like, these record companies and stuff are making money off of these kids making this kind of music about, killing and living this lifestyle, this gang violence and all of this stuff. And and then meanwhile, the cops come in and it's gonna cost them a bunch of money. They liable to go to jail and all of this. And they also influencing a whole nother generation of kids, to do the same thing, And I don't really listen to Gunna or Young Thug. I think Young Thug maybe got 1 or 2 songs I like. I like his voice. I like how he sounds. But I don't like that killer nigger music. You know what I'm saying? That low vibrational music. So, but it's a lot of people listening to that. And recently they had Future on the cover of some magazine talking about he's the greatest rapper alive or some shit. And a lot of the kids are listening to Future. He's really big, and I don't really understand how big he is. When I hear the music, it's regular. Yeah, it's so plain. And and then so the nothingness is toxic. You know what I'm saying? And so it's lucrative to sell this trash. And then you got the big record companies that are pushing this trash. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a bigger agenda, a bigger picture with that. Because like you said, the idea of the rags to riches, the American dream, and these kids are looking at these rappers and they all want to be a rapper. Right. But then they know how a lot of the baby is all in trouble and going through it and wilding out and connected to the streets. And they follow these celebrities' whole life. They know what they got into, if they did robberies or if they killed people. They know their history. They know their street cred. So these kids are doing the same things because they want to be like them. You know what I'm saying?
But then, I mean, these rappers, their hands are tied by their labels. I mean, they have to go to where the money, what is selling? What is selling? And so, like, I get tied in my ethics when I think about it. I'm like, okay, if I think about artists, specifically female rap artists like Megan Thee Stallion or Cardi B, is it the most uplifting, thing for women? It could be to some people, but I'm like, I know that sex sells. This is a market where sex sells, especially for female rappers. I mean, Nicki Minaj told us that. So I get that, and I get that's what they need to do to be successful in this industry. But at the same time, it's like, because I see a bunch of male and female rappers rapping about great things, and they're just not getting the streams, they're not getting the plays, they're not getting promoted. These labels know what's going to go mainstream. They know what's going to be, the next big thing. So that's why I was talking to Tanner. I was like, what is the future of rap? Because we can't keep going on this way. We can't keep saying, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that. Then they're actually using lyrics and songs against you in court. It's crazy. Yeah. So like, where does it go from here?
Yep, they totally use lyrics in court for him. It's so like a meme. It looks like a Boondocks. Again, I feel like we watching skits happen in real life because this Young Thug getting RICO charges, and then it's so many songs and stuff like they might hit me with the RICO, and it's like people talk about it and joke about it, but this shit is real, bro. This dudes might sit down for the rest of their life. Like RICO is not no small little thing, you know what I'm saying? And then here goes another dimension of this, because I was thinking about it, like the feds and informants. Because you think about a rat, people talk about 6ix9ine being a rat, and some of the stuff, he got into a beef with somebody, and then the feds came and got the other person and stuff. I'm not saying, and I watched the Spy versus Spy, read those spy novels and stuff like that, and you talk about like with the cops, and then you have like an informant, and the informant be a criminal, and this person gets to work with impunity. What was the name of that movie? It was called The Departed. Did you see the movie The Departed?
I don't think I remember The Departed.
Damn it, I wish you would have saw that. But anyways,
you know how young I am.
The Departed, that movie was good. Check it out, bruh. It's all-star cast. Anyways, the guy he had a cop friend, and he had a street friend, like, and that he raised them for kids, he wasn't related to them. And he was also an informant for the police this whole time. And that's the reason why he was able to, do his crime empire, because he was the one who was snitching on everybody else in the city.
Right.
So I just think that, there may be something like that going on too within the rap, because if you could just you put the cheese out there and they bite it, because you get into a beef with somebody, and then these dudes really want their street cred. And so they say, that clout. So clout comes from the stuff that you actually really did. So then they drop words and lines or whatever. And the feds are watching all this shit on Instagram and their YouTube videos or whatever the hell, they Snapchats. And they building cases over time. They say they've been watching Young Thug since 2006 or some shit. 2000.
Right.
I don't know.
That's
a long
great.
ass time ago. Yeah, I don't know if I want to just finish with the Young Thug. Let's just play the Young Thug clip. Because we talked about it, so I'm gonna play it. I kind of want to move on from this. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this.
Act of racketeering is basically a group of people that work together, conspire together to form a criminal enterprise. And it got to be multiple people, and they've got to be doing multiple different things to make a racketeering charge. And this particular racketeering charge, according to the Fulton County prosecutor, was vast. In fact, they listed 180 plus different acts that they allege that Young Thug and his other co-defendants were taking part in, all part of the YSL, or Young Slime Life group that he has accused of being part of.
You're looking at Young Thug's mugshot. The Fulton County District Attorney claims the rapper, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams Jr., is part of a gang that used violence, drugs, and even murder to make money. Williams is one of 28 suspected members of the Young Slime Life charged with racketeering. He also faces criminal street gang charges. The 88-page, 56-count indictment lists more than 180 acts YSL members allegedly committed going back to January 2013. Williams' name comes up 35 times, including allegedly renting a car that was used in a murder, making terroristic threats while being kicked out of Perimeter Mall, receiving stolen guns, possession with intent to distribute meth, hydrocodone, and marijuana when he was arrested by Brookhaven police, and being part of a traffic stop in which police found numerous weapons, including an AK-47 with a 30-round magazine. The indictment claims Williams used his music, videos, and social media posts to spread YSL's power and territory. According to the indictment, YSL started in 2012 in the Cleveland Avenue area of Southeast Atlanta, but has spread since then. YSL is accused of being affiliated with the Bloods gang. The indictment says its members identify themselves by using hand signals, tattoos, and clothing with YSL or slime written on them, and often wear red for Bloods, green for slime.
Young Thug is being held here at the Fulton County Jail, expected to make his first court appearance later on this morning. And while he is certainly the highest profile person who has been indicted in this, he's not the only local rapper who's been caught up. Another rapper by the name of Gunna, whose actual name is Sergio Kittrix, has also been charged with this as well. He is only facing the racketeering counts, not any of the other ones. As we mentioned, Young Thug facing both racketeering and those criminal gang activities.
Yeah, interesting to note that he was not the only high-profile rapper, Mark. Do we know if Gunna is also going to be indicted today?
Yeah, we're not sure if Gunna is going to actually be appearing in court. Part of that is because, at least during the overnight hours, the folks here at the Fulton County Jail said he hadn't been officially booked into the facility. So it's quite possible that he was in the process of being booked in, or it's quite possible if he was booked in, it might be too late for him to get on the calendar for this morning's court hearing. So we'll have to wait on that to see how it all plays out.
All right. Well,
I didn't know all that stuff about the green for slime and all that stuff. That just shows how out of touch my ass is. I'm a lame-o. I don't know nothing about none of that gang shit.
I don't either.
So,
That's a good thing. That's
yeah.
a good thing.
Well, I
But
learned
it's
something
so
today.
interesting to see how, like, especially with these Black celebrities, like, no amount of money is going to shield you from some of these crimes. Like,
Well,
I feel like, oh, my homies got me. No one's going to snitch. I have my team around me. But then shit blows up, and it's like, it's weird.
I think the whole point is to kind of extort them. You know what I'm saying? Even if, even if they're not going to get off, he's going to spend a shit ton of money to try to get off.
Right.
You know, and how many of these rappers, how much did it cost 6ix9ine? How much did it cost Meek Mill? How much did it cost? You go down the list. And I think there's a whole economy based on this where all of these leeches are around on them, because you saw the thing about the jury. Because I saw this video about the jury that they be selling the rappers be all fake and shit, and they're ripping the rappers off because they don't know. And then it's like, you know, like I say, I think there's a whole bunch of, one of the things I realized when I used to try to do music, is that I realized that there's a whole industry of people who make money off of people who want to try to make it into music. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Like it does cost money to make money. It costs money to do anything. So like if you want to do anything professionally, yes, it's going to cost money. But the thing is, it's a whole bunch of people out there that's shady, and they're not interested in your success. They're just making some money off of you. Like they think that they'll tell you, hey, yeah, you're gonna blow up. Sure, show me my change, you know.
Right.
And then they're just gonna keep. They don't see you because they know a lot of these people. They know, you know, people come and go. Not everybody gonna make it.
Right.
Most people aren't gonna make it. So they just, you know, they look at it pragmatically, and they're just like, okay, well, then it's a whole bunch of people that's never going to make it in the industry. Let me just make money off of these people. It's kind of slimy as fuck, but I think that you also got lawyers, police departments, municipalities that do the same thing.
Right.
Let me play some of this.
8 people associated with YSL, that's the Young Stoner Life. This coming, Young Thug and Gunna are among 28 people associated with YSL, that's the Young Stoner Life, that have been charged in a 56-count indictment yesterday. Now, Young Thug was taken into custody after the home that he was at was raided. He's being held at Fulton County Jail. He's been charged with RICO and participation in criminal street gang activity, according to jail records. Here is the DA speaking on what's going on.
We expect that in coming days, weeks, and months that we will bring RICO indictments against gang members, even top-level gang members, to make sure that we rid them from our society.
Now, according to Michael Seiden from WSB TV, he was on Twitter breaking down everything that was happening. They did have some breaking news. They said the indictment included charges of conspiring to violate the racketeer, influenced, and corrupt organizations, that's RICO Act, murder, armed robbery, participation in criminal street gang activity. They said Young Thug is facing charges of that, and Gunna is facing 1 count of conspiring to violate RICO. It's an 88-page indictment that Michael Seiden did review. He said there's some very serious allegations against Young Thug. According to prosecutors, YSL is a criminal street gang that started in late 2012 in the Cleveland Avenue area of ATL. YSL claims affiliation with the National Bloods gang. Now, here is Young Thug's attorney speaking on his innocence.
I'll tell you the response to any allegation is Mr. Williams committed no crime whatsoever, and we will fight to my last drop of blood to clear him.
Young Thug is accused of renting a 2014 Infiniti Q50 sedan from Hertz, which was used in the commission of the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., a rival gang member, according to the indictment. Prosecutors allege that 2 associates of YSL worked to get permission of Young Thug to make a second attempt to murder YFN Lucci while he's jailed in Fulton County. So these are some of the allegations. And he, like I said, he was booked on charges of RICO. So Young Thug, they do have his mugshot and everything.
And Gunna too, right?
They said as of last night, he hadn't been booked into jail. I don't know about this morning.
Oh, I thought he was named in the indictment.
He
as
was
well.
named, but he hasn't been booked yet. We said that he was named as well.
Yeah, I really hate seeing things like this. Young black men with the opportunities these brothers have should not have their names anywhere near this kind of situation. Like this ain't it, y'all. And I don't know what's true and what's not true, but I know this situation is about to cost those brothers a lot of money and a lot of stress.
Now, Young Thug is scheduled to make his first court appearance this morning at 11:30. But according to Michael Siding, he said, I wouldn't be surprised if he waived his first appearance. And they're saying these alleged crimes took place from January of 2013 to May of 2022, according to this 88-page indictment.
Now, let's see if 300 is going to stand by them. Because, these artists make music based off the same things that those brothers got picked up for. And these labels make money based off the same things those brothers got picked up for. A lot of people make money, marketing that lifestyle. So let's see what happens now that things are real and not just records.
But if you recall, that's why YFN Lucci was trying to get released to be on house arrest, because there were attempts of his life while he was in jail. And then, just recently, Young Thug, one of the mother of one of his children was killed too, just recently. So we don't know if anything is connected or not, or if it was really a fight in a bowling alley. All right, now Black China's mom, Tokyo Toni, is telling TMZ that they have a new show on the way. Here's what she had to say.
Would you guys want to maybe do another, like a reality show?
We are going to do one on my network.
Really?
It's called the SHN Network, yes.
Oh, wow.
It's called Talking with Tokyo.
Talking with Tokyo.
Yeah.
Okay, was it like a talk show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And will Black China be on
Me
it?
and Black China.
You and Black China. Interviewing people?
Everyday people, celebrities, you, TMZ, bloggers. Come on that stage and sit down and let's talk.
That sounds interesting.
This is just the network with the show that me and her on. 2 chairs and a sofa for whomever to get comfortable and talk to.
Where's the network located?
I'm not sure. She did not say, but she did say they're going to have these sit downs. All right. And another entrepreneurship situation, T-Pain. He is celebrating becoming a restaurant owner. He made his announcement on social media. He said, I did it, boys. I'm officially a restaurant owner. Got my keys today, and I'm scared as ish, but I can no longer ignore the paths God has set for me just because I don't understand or I'm also gets effing boring in this new chapter of my life and to believe in myself anymore. So he shared a photo of his father and mother standing in front of
Also, T-Pain, man. That's what I like to hear.
So that's their first restaurant with his mom and dad. He said, I grew up in this place. I know the risks. I know how stressful it is. I know the success rate. Thank you, everybody, for your support, kind words, encouragement. And though it may not seem like it, I also appreciate the concern. But please don't project your own fears onto me. People will tell you how hard it is to open a restaurant. And I'm sure that's what he's referring to.
Yeah, and it is. But guess what? That's life. You know what I mean? And I salute that man for taking that kind of risk. That's the kind of risk people should take. If you're going to take a risk, take that kind of risk. Not a risk that's going to end you up in the penitentiary.
All right, now Anthony Anderson, congratulations to him. He has a.
Anyways, I was trying to get to the part where he said something about, but anyways, the earlier part he said it anyways about how like they make money off of them. And it's like it's super unfortunate that I don't know, bro. The blame needs to be spread around a bit.
Yeah,
it
does. Because not just them, there's many players in it.
All of those people who are making money off of him living that lifestyle and promoting that he lived this lifestyle, and I understand that like it could be, it's supposed to be a show, right? You're not supposed to do it for real. You know what I'm saying? You're like, you throw up the gang signs and talk about all of this shooting people and stuff. But you're not supposed to do it for real, right? It's just a song. It's just for fun, right? So, but that's the way it looks, right? But these kids out here in the street, like the street cred is a real thing. Like, so you actually have to do some dirt because kids gonna know. They know what they know. So, and that's what makes you more popular because they know that you've done these things. It's so sad. It's so sad and unfortunate that these people prey on these. A lot of times these are kids. You got to remember that too. These rappers are early 20s mostly, right? They're super young. They don't even know nothing about the world, and they get caught up in this shit. And then these people that's making money off of them is like, go ahead, keep on, doing what you're doing in the streets or whatever. Like, I don't know what they're telling them. I'm just saying, I don't know. I really don't know. I have no idea. But it seems like they should be telling them, bro, don't be fucking with them people. You're gonna have to disassociate yourself from these people and not really deal with them. You know what I mean? Because if they in the street doing dirt, then you legit now, you clean. You don't need no connections to that.
But that's not fun to them. That's not it's a cultural thing too, because they're like, that's whack. Like you really have to do what you say you're doing, or you have to act an ass or act stupid or act a fool. Yeah, that's how a lot of this fame comes around too. It's quick cash, quick fame,
quick
and
clout,
then they get caught up in something,
and it goes away quickly too, because like 6ix9ine is struggling to try to hold on to his relevancy. He's kind of come back on the scene a bit lately, but it's like that kind of way of going at it. Like he kind of showed a way to do the game in a different way, and I think a lot of people have been copying him. But you can also see how it's really not success. It's not sustainable. You can't keep up this kind of hype totally off of like beef and drama and like spectacular stuff, because that spectacular shit ain't gonna be happening all the damn time. You can't keep, because that's how he keeps attention. That's how he keeps his relevancy. And then that it's like the clout chasers, and that's the whole internet age is the clout chasers. People willing to do the dumbest thing as long as it gets clicks.
Right.
And then people don't even like 6ix9ine, but I think like his music sells still because people listen to make fun of him or listen out of hate.
Outlandish, yeah. Like, it's more to laugh at him and be like, hey, look at this. Yeah, I've been seeing that a lot of the like really goofy rappers recently, who I don't really take the art form seriously. It's kind of like they're just like, yeah, let's wild out, It's weird. It doesn't add anything to the culture.
Like the Island Boys, have you seen them?
Oh yeah, I've seen it. I hate it, and it's they're a caricature.
Yes.
They're playing characters. That's not who they really are at the end of the day when they go to bed at night, and they know
they're just like some spoiled suburban kids that was bored and shit. But they figured out the whole thing, because like people are making fun of them mostly, I think, but it's still working for them. You know what I mean? It's working. Like you knew who they was, but me saying their name, I haven't heard one song from them. But they're all up and down my timeline though, doing some stupid shit. But that's what make people go look up the music or whatever the hell. I think if them niggas, if the Island Boys came out with like a movie or something, I ain't gonna lie, that might be good. Like some kind of stupid. I don't watch Jackass or nothing like that, but these guys are
type stuff, yeah.
But these guys are so goofy that it's like, if they did it the right way, and like these guys were like being serious, but it was, we could see the humor in it, then that would be entertaining.
And I mean, I was recently listening to the come up of Doja Cat. She came up off of meme culture too, and she found a way to capitalize off of it and make a career off of it.
She went viral with some really silly video. I remember my daughter was younger, and it was like, what was it? It was like something about milk or something. It was a really silly moo, right? But cows, and it was a super silly thing.
Yeah.
And even Doja Cat was like, she just made it for fun. She didn't know that it was gonna like, but it kind of went viral. The kids was feeling that shit.
But it pushes the culture further into, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I'm just doing something to make someone laugh, and it's damaging.
Yes.
It can be damaging.
I completely agree. The nothingness culture, and they're so lazy too. Like I say, the TikTok dances aren't even like, if they was really learning some dance, then it would be cool, because they're gonna get a sweat in, and they gotta actually learn and learn how to count too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? But these TikTok dances, they're all the same. They do this little thing with their arms and their hands. It's so mindless.
Yeah.
You know? It's just like the scrolling, the scrolling is so mindless.
I heard this weird conspiracy when I was on TikTok. It says that China doesn't reward that type of stuff in its own app, but they rig the algorithm to reward that type of stuff in America to keep us like doing mindless and stupid shit for likes and attention. And that really got me thinking about media and its influence, and even like the political influence in the media.
And you got to think about warfare, because the United States try to act like they big and so bad, so but if you got this big huge military, you got these people who got all the biggest guns and stuff, well then you're not going to fight them that way, right? That would be stupid. So you would go at it in a whole nother kind of way,
right?
Right. Something like getting them scrolling on their damn phone for hours and hours and hours and getting dumber and dumber. That might be another way to go at it.
Right.
Anyways, I'm gonna move on to this, because before you leave, I know I don't have you that long. I don't know where the hell is everybody. I'm gonna start sending some texts when I play this video. But this is what I mentioned earlier. If aliens took black people, and I really think this is just the idea is so great. I watched this thing twice already. It's only 30 minutes.
Right.
It's an episode from some show way back in the day. I don't know what this was. I have never seen this before, but it popped up, or somebody sent it to me or whatever. I don't know how the hell I ended up with this, but I found this and I was watching it. I thought it was really interesting. I really kind of want to stop it as we go, because you didn't catch it, right? I sent this.
No, I didn't catch it yet.
This was recent. Yeah, I sent this like today, I think. So I really was planning on covering this later, like tomorrow, just to give y'all time to watch it. But I like this so much. Screw it.
Actually feel the excitement in the crowd. Bernie, some of these people have been out here since 2 o'clock this morning, so the aliens aren't scheduled to arrive before noon. But as you can see, the crowd is getting pretty excited as America prepares for its first encounter with space since NASA went bankrupt back in 1998. It's quite a circus.
Thank you, Stryker. Of course, we will go back to Plymouth Rock the moment the aliens are sighted. In other news, the Environmental Protection Agency has added Hartford, Connecticut to its list of cities to be evacuated by year's end. Carcinogen levels there have topped those found in Baltimore last year. The gap between black salaries and white widened. Wait, something's now happening at Plymouth Rock. Stryker.
Well, as you can hear, Bernie, there's definitely something going on now. We can't see it.
It's really interesting that they say Plymouth Rock, and it's like this is the contact spot. Like this is the location of the contact with the aliens. That's interesting.
Anything yet, but this humming is definitely growing louder. You know, ever since the alien signal was first received some 3 months ago, speculation has run rampant as to their appearance, the size and shape of their craft. Oh my God! Literally, a spacecraft of this material is nowhere right over our heads. This is absolutely amazing. This is literally an unbelievable sight. You know, as I look to my left, I see Vice President D'Amato and Secretary of State Buchanan approaching the microphone. For those of you who are concerned, President Taylor, of course, is safe and secure in an undisclosed bunker until it's determined whether or not aliens pose any threat.
Hello? Hello? Is this on? Can you understand me? I'm the Vice President of...
We are space traders bearing exclusive gifts that will restore your nation to its former glory. Nearly limitless quantities of gold and precious metals that will instantly erase your deficit. Machines that will renew your rivers and your air. Cold fusion technology for a safe, cheap, and inexhaustible source of energy. All we ask in return is the delivery to our vessels. 5 days from now, every child, woman, and man in your nation with at least 2,500 milligrams of melanin in their skin per square centimeter.
What the hell is melanin?
Put more.
What the hell is melanin?
And it's so weird that they specified melanin. Like no genealogy, no percentage, just the melanin. That's interesting.
Yes. Well, it did say percentage, a certain amount of melanin per square inch of skin.
Wow.
That's what they said. So basically, we want all your black people. So, and then we'll give you a bunch of gold, and we'll give you a technology for unlimited energy, and we'll also fix your planet. You know what I'm saying?
Crazy.
Make your environment clean. But all you have to do is hand over all your black people. Let me play a little bit more.
Or simply, in trade for solving all your most pressing domestic catastrophes, we are asking for every person in your country that you would classify as black.
Are you kidding?
No, we are not.
What are you going to do with them?
Well, that does not concern you. We give you 5 days to decide.
He say, what are y'all gonna do with them? He's like, that does not concern me.
Wow. And they just hand them over, don't they? That's crazy. They probably
Yeah.
just did. They're like, we don't know what they're gonna do with you guys, but here you go. That's crazy.
Yeah, so that's what's interesting about it. I didn't want to give it away, but let me make sure they're not sending me no crazy emails, because I realize now that you have to check your emails while you're freaking broadcasting. Yeah, so damn it, what was I gonna say? Because I gotta do too much now with that shit. I need a fucking assistant. But oh yeah, the whole idea. Yeah. So what do you think? Like, what do you think if the aliens came and they asked for all the black people, and then and then the aliens, you asked black people, that you asked the aliens, what are they gonna do with them? And they're like, that's not your concern. And so then what do you think would happen?
Sketchy. I mean, obviously black people aren't gonna go. I mean, it seems like we would know better. Like they won't even tell them what they're gonna do with us. Like, no. But
Yeah,
I'd love to see the like context behind it, because I'm also thinking, what if it's like the aliens are taking them back to their land, giving them also riches and promising what they should have had, kind of reversing time. So I'm curious. Like, there's so many timelines that are going through my head right now.
Right. And they don't really explain that even throughout this clip. They don't ever really go into the idea of what it was, but it totally could be a utopia. Totally. Well, they're going to touch on that, but as far as the aliens explaining what it is, no, they don't get to that. This is really all about the idea of how people will react to this kind of situation. You know what I'm saying? So like, what do you think? Like so you said people wouldn't go, but it's like, okay, the government is going to say, hey, they told us they're going to give us some gold and all of this stuff. Yeah, nigga, y'all better get your ass on this bus.
No, because like, I think if I'm thinking in modern times, like the working class knows what it's like to have money, riches, resources valued over us. So we're kind of like, why would we want to help you? And I get a little bit more of that with like the younger generations. Like, why do we even want to help? Like, why would we want to build them up and give that? They've taken so much from us. They haven't even paid reparations yet, and they paid the slave masters reparations. So it's ridiculous. Why would I want to do that for you? But again, if it was an alien and I didn't know what they could do, I'm kind of thinking, well, I don't know what the hell they're gonna do. Like, who am I to say no? Like, I might get like zapped. I don't know. You just never know. So
yeah, so you don't know, but the whole idea is like black people being oppressed, and this is specifically in the United States too. That's another part of this. So it's like African Americans is who they're coming for. So then it's like historically black people in America have been, oppressed or whatever. So then it's like the idea of them coming and taking us to like a, basically where we're supposed to be and doing what we're supposed to do. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
and not living in this oppressive situation.
But what do you think makes them entitled to the treasure, the gold? What makes America entitled to that in in lieu of their African American population, though?
Well, because I mean that's common sense. I mean, even in a simple group, if somebody came and like took some of your people or whatever, like even in a marriage, we was talking about how in the marriage you have to give a cow and shit like that. It's like you can't just take some of our people. You got to give us something. You know what I mean? That's just how our brain would work in a situation like that. Because even way back in the days when you had warfare against tribes and stuff like that, that's how it worked. They could capture people and then they would be like, okay, we'll give you your people back, but y'all got to give us something.
Right. But how they obtain these people is like a different story. Because that's what I'm thinking. Like, what, given their history, just America's history, what makes them entitled? It's just like, I'm thinking like just like the reparations for slave owners when they had to, give up the slave. It's the same thing. So I'm like,
I hear
what
you.
is the alien's intention? Should they be trusted? Like,
Right.
there's so many questions going through my brain.
I hear you. I hear you on that. But I think that just to keep from it being so much, because you want to, and let's say you're a superior, you're obviously superior. So, but you want to deal with these people on their level. You know what I'm saying? The way that their thought processes work.
That makes
So
sense.
then,
Yeah.
so this is just my speculation. And it's like, so you look at it and you're like, okay, so, they're going to want something or whatever. If we could, this way to avoid so much conflict, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Have them give you what you want instead of you having to come take it and having to, deal with it. Just make them organize it and give you what you want. So then instead of like, you just, yeah, well, you think about what they might want and try and offer that so that hopefully they'll do a swap, because you're coming down to their level and dealing with them on their level. Let me play some more. This is interesting. We'll stop it as we go.
And the offer is non-negotiable.
I'm sorry about the sound. I don't know why the hell the sound is so bad. It's so bad.
We will not try to coerce you in any way. Yet, I hope we can do some business together.
We wait all this time for a fucking UFO and they come here with this? It's all bullshit, right?
Maybe. Maybe this day is going to go down in history. An end to poverty,
Dude's conflicted.
end to pollution, cheap, unlimited energy for every American.
What'd you say?
I said dude's conflicted, the black guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to give him away yet.
Sounds like
he's important to this story.
Like a hell of a re-election platform.
Sam, I have to go on record as saying this is crazy.
But what?
Well, welfare rolls would be cut 40%. Food stamps, Medicare, drug abuse programs slashed.
May I add something, Mr. President? If I could guarantee the prosperity of this great country by giving life or taking off of those space traders, I'd do so without a moment's hesitation.
The Secretary's courage is not unlike that American men and women have exhibited when called to military service. Well, some go more willingly than others, but almost all go with the knowledge that they might never come back.
I don't believe what I'm hearing. Doesn't anybody see a downside to this?
Casper's absolutely right. The guilt that many whites would feel for sending the blacks away could take a severe psychological toll.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. The only downside they could find was how the white people was gonna feel about it.
That is crazy.
Don't this conversation sound like it would go something like this? Like,
right.
I want to take this conversation back a little bit because this one is. Let's see.
May I add something, Mr. President?
Oh yeah, she's talking about food stamps and all of that gonna be slashed. Like, bruh, that's so racist. And
Yeah.
not factually correct.
If I could guarantee the prosperity of this great country by giving life or taking off of those space traders, I'd do so without a moment's hesitation.
The Secretary's courage is not unlike that American men and women have exhibited when called to military service. Well, some go more willingly than others, but almost all go with the knowledge that they might never come back.
I don't believe what I'm hearing. Doesn't anybody see a downside to this?
You know, Casper's absolutely right. The guilt that many whites would feel for sending the blacks away could take a severe psychological toll, with medical costs possibly reaching astronomical levels.
This is madness. Our military services would be decimated, depleted of 30% of our manpower.
But with unlimited energy, think of the weapons you could create.
Mr. President, Sam, you were elected by the slimmest of margins. Your African-American vote was key.
I don't expect them to be thrilled, but how can I put this delicately? Their future electoral clout is going to be severely limited.
Casper, let's be honest. Do you really think the aliens will treat them worse than we have?
No, the real issue here is spin control. The decision has to be the will of the people and not the administration policy.
How about a national referendum? Have MCI fire up a couple of those yes and no 900 numbers.
I'll be damned. We're on to something here. Professor Golightly, you look like you want to say something.
The other guy's name was Casper. This guy's name is Professor Golightly.
Something.
I love it.
Gentlemen. As you know, Mr. President, I have been a lifelong card-carrying Republican. I feel I was instrumental in your moderate wing wresting control of the party from religious extremists. I have often supported this administration's repeal of affirmative action legislation, not protested its decreasing handouts to the poor. And in helping you undermine these policies, I realized that your reasons for doing so differed from mine. And yet I was always a good soldier for the party. I sincerely believed and still believe that Black people need to learn how to stand on their own 2 feet without the crutches of governmental legislation. But I'm afraid I must protest in the strongest terms possible what I've heard in this room today. What is being proposed cannot be passed off euphemistically as selective service. At its best,
Euphemistic. It's funny that he used that word. I don't know why it stands out to me.
it is group banishment. At its worst, it is utter and complete extermination.
Oh, Professor, that's ridiculous.
Wait. Did I miss something? Who said anything about exterminate? Look, the space traders seem perfectly nice and civil. Their planet might be one great big Club Med for all we know.
Sam, we do not even know if these creatures can deliver on their end. You and I play poker together. What if they're as good at bluffing as you are?
Now you're whistling Dixie. I look like a damn idiot if the aliens took off and left me nothing but a big bag of tortilla chips. We'll ask them for a peek at the goodies. And if they're not BSing, we'll schedule a national referendum on the night before their deadline. Call up MCI, ask them to fire up 2 yes and no 900 numbers. Gentlemen.
Okay, yeah, what y'all think? What's up, Deuce?
All right, what's going on?
Did you catch the backstory to this?
No, I just came in. I watched that video though.
You watched this one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. So then you know what is it? It's about the black, the aliens coming and taking black people away.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they're like,
well, don't tell it, because I'm gonna play some more of it.
Okay, I'll be quiet.
But you could talk about the idea of it. How did it make you think? What did you think about it after you watched it? Because I had to watch it again for the second time because I kind of just listened to it the first time, and I watched it the second time and tried to pay attention because it had images in there too and a bunch of nuggets in there. So what did you think about after you watched it? Like, what do you think about this idea? How do you think that people would react this way? How do you think people would react in real life to something like this?
Man, I think there would be a lot of hysteria, but then I think you would also have a lot of black folks that'd be like, well, shit, it can't be no worse than what we dealing with here.
Yeah. So what would you do personally? You're a black guy, and it's like, you know what was crazy though? Because we're gonna get to that, but I'm gonna spoil it a little bit. They talk about the skin tone because there was like certain amount of melanin, and it was kind of like light brown skin. Like
I guess for me, it would be the fear of the unknown. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even though you face a lot of scrutiny here, there's a lot of, you know what, that takes place in our everyday lives. I think it's still like, man, I don't know if I want to do that. You know, I know what they expect here. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what I'm gonna get if I go up there.
But that grade, when we get to it later, but I want to mention it because I'm thinking about it. It's like light brown skin. Some of me and your kids might not make that shit.
Mm-hmm. But now we're about the shade of a. Yeah, we're about the shade of. We may get it.
Gonna be right on the edge, bro.
Yeah.
Shit, I don't know if Anaya gonna make it. Tariq either.
Damn it, boy.
That's kind of scary.
Getting that sun a little bit more.
Yeah, bro. Go get a tan, bro. Let me play some more.
Lady.
Yes, talk to me. Well, first of all,
To pay off the federal deficit, but also to give every American, every remaining American, a tax-free year. This just in, alien craft have vacuumed the air over Denver and Los Angeles. Smog levels are reported at 0. And live from Chicago, our news team is sending these pictures from Lake Michigan.
They clean the damn ocean for them.
Gideon, if you aren't a sight for sore eyes, Linda sends her regards.
he's in the back.
And who is Linda?
Good job. Yeah. Good job, Professor.
Travis is one of Millie's pups. George gave him to me right after the election.
You know, if this goes through, it's not going to be easy.
Drop it, boy.
Some folks might fight it. Make the LA riots look like a slumber party. The president needs you signing aboard this thing. Professor, if you lobby on our side and the trade is approved, our president promises that he's going to see to it that 100 black families are smuggled to England. You can draw up the list.
So basically, he's got to sell out the black folks and talk them into, not fighting. So it'll be easier for them to send them, to the aliens for his chance to, get a trip to England.
That's the same thing they do right here today, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So perfect.
Look at Ben Carson.
Yeah. Yeah.
I gotta go.
What's the word? I bet he had a lot of.
His neighbors are white.
Yeah. I'm not sure what they mean. Well, he said that he'll smuggle us to England if I lobby on his side.
So what did you tell him?
I'm not sure, Gail, that they even need my help, given the state of black leadership.
Please, unity. We come out all speak at once.
Oh man.
All right.
They're going.
Legislation.
Is this the part where they make? Hold on, let me see.
What do they mean, given the state of black leadership?
I know, bruh. I know. And then they flip straight to the church, and then the part where they're gonna be talking about the church, and then you got the rabbi in there. And like I was saying in my other video, what is the connection with that? It's so weird to me how you have the Jewish and the Christians, like they follow the Jew. I don't get that dynamic. Like I don't understand that shit. And it's like, yeah, okay, so the black, given the state of black leadership, like, you know what I'm saying? Basically, it's trash. So, you know what I'm saying? You know, and then they flip straight to the church. And then later on, he's going to actually, I'm going to give it away a bit, but towards the end of this, he's going to actually be saying the right things, even though his history was not the right things. And he had a good idea, but then they shut him down. And then they started singing the damn church songs, man. The damn old slavery ass fucking.
Right.
Let me play some more.
The boycott. On struggle. Look, my friends, very little is being accomplished here today. Rabbi.
They tried this once before. But I pledge to you that hundreds of thousands of Jews will not allow another final solution in this country. Not now, not ever.
Like, and there goes controlled opposition again, because, you know, they're not going to win. Like, and even like, let's say they did have some kind of like, but there would be a minority as far as the population, because, you know, they're going to do a vote, a 1-800 number or whatever. And, you know, so, you know, and the thing is, black people are the minority, right? So even if every black person voted to, you know, against it, they still going to lose if every white person voted for it. You get what I'm saying? Even if you had the Jewish community with the blacks.
You just know once we go, you all are next.
Latest tracking polls indicate support of the trade at 40%. The melanin content of 2,500 milligrams per square centimeter that the traders requested roughly corresponds to a light brown skin complexion. Dr. Eric Fannin of
See, light brown skin complexion. Like I say, I don't know if all my kids gonna make that.
Johns Hopkins. Excuse me, Dr. Fanon will explain. Doctor.
The amount of melanin in one's skin varies according to how dark or tan we might be. 2,500 milligrams per square centimeter corresponds to the darkness of, well, what I'd say to be an ordinary paper bag.
Thank you, Doctor. In other news, government sources confirm that France, England, and Germany have offered their blacks as well. But the alien spokesperson is quoted as saying, maybe next time.
Did y'all hear that? What it said? France and Germany offered up its black people, but the alien said maybe next time. Let me play it again.
And Germany have offered their blacks as well. But the alien spokesperson is quoted as saying, maybe next time.
So it's like they only want the black Americans.
Hi, Mom.
What's this? All I'm saying is try it. Oh my God, I was at the last box in the store and I just
that a cream to make her lighter or some shit?
Yeah, that's what it was. I ain't gonna lie, I missed that. I watched this twice and I thought it was darker because it would make sense for the rest of the movie because, well, I don't want to give it away, but yeah, that's kind of weird though. Yeah, but then it goes with the theme, the idea of, not wanting to identify as black. You know what I'm saying? And there's a real problem with that. It's a huge problem with that. In Africa, they have these chicks that are hurting themselves because they're lightening up their skin and they're using these unsafe products and it's making them sick. You know what I'm saying? They have products all over the place that they sell people to do this. And some of these products are it can't be, any of them can't be really good for you, but some of them are really, really toxic. But people care more about the results than they do about, their health or whatever. It's really, really sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna play some more. This is the black rebuttal right here. And it's like, you see, he's kind of like the aristocrat, right? Because he's the politician. And he's like on his lawn with sculpted freaking shrubs and shit. And this is his barber. Now listen to what his barber says and kind of feel the dynamic between the two of them. These are two black men.
Yes, sir. And I'm taking all my scissors with me too, so they don't tell them what kind of electricity them aliens gonna have on them ships. Because us black folks, we don't like arriving nowhere on nappy headed.
So you really think they're going to send us away, huh?
And I told you the one about the American dream. That's what all the niggas swimming back to Africa with a Jew under each arm.
You're outrageous. But Piggy, we could fight back. Like the Palestinians. Rocks and guns.
Nigga, please. Like I'm gonna get myself killed just to stay here. I just hope they got them little bottles of Remy Martin on the flight.
He said, nigga, please. I'm gonna get myself killed just to stay here. I just hope they got some Remy Martin, little bottles. It's so perfect.
Got to have my Remy Martin.
Remy Martin.
Wait, hold it. Where you going? I'll be right back. Rich folks are crazy.
Listen, this is crazy. If the president didn't listen, why should they?
Because they're capitalist first, Caucasian second. What do you think I've been doing on these corporate boards all these years? This is what it's all about.
Please, these people.
Black people have been calling me an Oreo ever since I was 12. After tomorrow, they'll call me a hero.
And if it doesn't work, what about the family? What about you?
Could we live with ourselves if I help them send black people away?
No.
So it's kind of like, the thing is, like, this guy is not necessarily a bad guy. Like, and it shows the complexities of people. Like, even though he was in the room full of the white folks or whatever, and they, and then being the only black guy, I mean, he had to say something, but he did say something. And so, but also he's like, y'all's like, we line up on conservatism or whatever, but our agendas are not the same. You get what I'm saying? So like, I think that's important for people to focus on and understand, like Pat is a good example. I wish he was here, he's very conservative. So, but he's not going to line up with the neo-Nazis, you know what I'm saying? Right. And that's where people have to look at the complexities of people. Like, nobody is just liberal or just conservative or just Republican or just Democrat or whatever. Nobody really fits those labels. No one. We're all more complicated than that. You know what I'm saying? On our views and perceptions or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And this guy's going to try to do the right thing, but because of his history, it's not going to work because he's can't be trusted by the black community because the black community know he's been stabbing him in the back his whole career. But it's really sad when, like, a person, I think that you should focus on the message. I think that's another part of this that struck me, is that what we tend to do, especially now in this day and age, in identity politics, we focus on who the person is first before the information. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I can't listen to this guy or whatever. I can't listen to nothing this guy says. And it really doesn't matter who this person is. And like I said, you can learn from a dog. Let me ask you this, Amina. Have you learned anything from your dogs?
Mm-hmm.
Tell the audience something you've learned from the dogs.
I learned about the importance of having clear communication with dogs. People think that they need to woo their dogs and be like, oh, and really that's not the way dogs work. And we have to remember the nature of the dog before anything, before our own human emotions need to get involved.
Yeah. So anyways, my point is that you can learn from anything, anyone. And you know, the way we have this bubble of information and the way we have this cancel culture, the way we have this polarity, it's like you can't listen to certain people or whatever if you're on whatever side. You can't listen to that guy. He's on the other side or whatever. Or maybe he's not official or he's not expert. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, that's the issue, you know, and this this guy, he had done things in the past that wasn't cool, but this time he's saying the right things. So, but we can't hear him because of what he did before. And it's like, for me, I'm like, I always listen to the people's words, you know what I'm saying? And try to hear where they're coming from regardless. And I think that we should all do that because we're missing a lot when we don't. It's not that much left in this video. I'm gonna play some more because they're wrapping it up.
Call you tonight. Gentlemen, first of all, thank you for coming. Now, I suppose to the rank and file American, this unholy offer by the aliens must seem like an answer to their wildest dreams. It seems to me, however, upon further reflection, that this trade could bring our nation nothing but disaster. He's right. But I don't want you to take my word for it. Because after all, I come from a very obvious self-interest. Leland, why don't you tell the rest of the boys how this trade would affect your distilleries?
Blacks drink 33% of my hard liquor, 48% of my cognac alone. Who's going to take up that slack? Why, it'll decimate athletic shoe sales. Cool and Newport cigarettes.
Pork. 15% of our best consumers gone like that.
Did y'all hear that? It's so terrible. But this part would actually be true. And this part is like, you know, how he went to go find a group of white men who own businesses that would be hurt, you know, with the black people leaving, to, you know, find a coalition of people to help him on his mission, you know, to take this in a different direction. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's really interesting how, like, they talk about cigarettes and alcohol and shit. Damn, bro, that's horrible and hurtful.
It's really interesting too, because he said he was conservative for different reasons, and now I'm seeing it play out where he's literally code switching. He feels a certain way, but he's presenting to these guys because he knows that's what's going to get him the vote, or what's going to get him the people that are going to back him up.
Right.
Which is really interesting.
Because he knows what their motivations are.
And we at the oil companies employ over 12 million people worldwide. Now, the alien, inexhaustible energy source will wipe us out overnight.
Furthermore, the blacks are all gone. How long do you think poor whites will stand being at the very bottom of the barrel? We'll have a revolution before the year's out.
We've got to tell those little green men to go back where they came from.
That's an interesting idea, part of it too. You know what I'm saying? Like, this one's hard to talk about, but they said it. They said, you know, how would the white people feel, you know, the ones being on the bottom? And then later in the week, I sent a video about the eugenics stuff, and I'm going to cover that a bit. But in the eugenics, brown-haired white people was on the list of not, you know, suitable, suitable for extermination. You know,
yeah.
So the thing is, like, they asked the question, how would the white people feel? You know, now the black people are gone, so the white people that's on the bottom, they're gonna have a conniption. I think that's true. I think that's really, really true. Nobody to look down on. Let me play some more.
Excellent, gentlemen. Excellent. Now, I believe that this room represents a few $1 trillion in assets. I propose that we mount the largest ad campaign this nation has ever seen. We buy up every minute of radio and TV airtime, every print ad, every billboard, even every goddamn bus bench, and we flood them with the anti-trade message, SOS, save our soul.
We'll have whites on their knees begging blacks to stay.
By executive order, the president has banned African Americans from leaving the country before tomorrow's birthday.
Mommy,
This
we can't just pretend this isn't happening. Can I sis Ruth, my great grandmother? She used to clean white folks' houses on the main line in Philadelphia.
In other news,
She told me, they may not like us, but they sure can't live without us.
What do you think about that idea?
We
It's
know
true.
that to be true.
I think that's interesting. Very interesting idea.
Don't worry, baby. They can't live without us.
has been flooded.
Guatemalans clean their houses now.
Actor George Hamilton vowed.
Did y'all hear? The sound is so bad on this. She said Guatemalans clean their houses now. That's something to think about.
Today, he too will go.
Because the previous line was they can't, they need us.
Did you know that the African Americans won over 500 of the 850 Olympic medals awarded to the United States?
Yes. Good thing.
Cigarettes, cognac, cigarettes.
They're giving out cigarettes and cognac and trying to convince people to vote no against, sending black people away.
Wow.
Hello again, everybody. Thank you. My name's Casey Kasem, and welcome to Alien Trade Referendum. Just say no! Oh, boy. Can you imagine life without jazz? No. Or without the blues? No. Or without rock and roll? No. So that's what life would have been like in these United States without the contributions of African Americans. If this referendum passes, and we vote to send dark-skinned people up into outer space,
Has banned African Americans from leaving the country before tomorrow's birthday.
Mommy,
This
we can't just pretend this isn't happening.
World News Now.
Can I sis Ruth, my great grandmother? She used to clean white folks'
She's all calm because she thinks they're going to get a trip to England.
houses on the main line in Philadelphia.
In other news,
She told me,
Mexican.
they may not like us.
Oh, this is the
They
repeat
sure
clip.
can't.
Hamilton vowed today.
or without rock and roll. I tell you what.
Okay, this is for people. This is for eggheads.
So tomorrow, when you pick up your phone to vote in the privacy of your own home,
My people, oh, my people, the sit-ins and the boycotts have worked. We are ahead in the polls.
So the polls say that the referendum is people are going to vote no against it.
Don't count your chickens before they come home to roost.
Oh, somebody bring me some milk, because he come a big Oreo.
Yes, give him a chance. We are ahead in the polls. Who knows
There's signs in the audience that says NAACP, Zulu Nation.
how these people will vote in the privacy of their own homes.
Oh, sit down, Tom.
I am well aware of how I am perceived.
Nation
but
of
now is
Islam.
not the time for our petty squabbling. Now, this came to me this morning. In order to ensure victory, we must stop resisting the offer
Hey, I'm still
and
on here, but I
urge
got
the
to build the
country to
roadside
accept
mechanic
the
to get
trade.
this tire replaced.
All right, bro.
Yeah, I'm a mute, but I'm still listening.
All right, bro.
All right.
This proposition. Major motivation for racism in this country is the deeply held belief that black people should not have anything that white people don't. Not only do whites insist on better jobs, higher incomes, better neighborhoods, better schools, but they leap to gobble up our language, our dress, our music, and our dance. Therefore, I propose that from now until the polls open this evening, we circulate the rumor that the aliens have arranged for our transport to the wealthiest and most beautiful utopia in the known universe.
That would work, actually. That's perfect psychology right there.
White folks will go ape, wondering what we will encounter in this new land. They will gnash their teeth. They will even argue that to limit the space traders' offer to blacks is an unconstitutional discrimination against whites.
I cannot stand. You heard that? An unconstitutional discrimination against whites for you to take our black people away. I think that would work.
Any longer and be influenced by a man who has dedicated his entire life to sabotaging his own people. Now is not the time for trickery and tomfoolery. My people were brought here involuntarily, and involuntarily is the only way they're gonna take me out.
There's so many theatrics in the way he's trying to talk to them. It seems kind of unrelatable.
But they're gonna relate to those words. I think so. It's working. You see how he's gearing up the audience.
Yes, Lord.
Without power must use cunning and guile.
They're not listening to him. They singing that slave song. Because see, basically they're putting their hope and faith into white people to like do the right thing, if you will. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to remember the dynamic of the population, right? It's the overall population of the United States. And black people are what? Less than like somewhere around 30%? So therefore, if you think you're going to win, then a good substantial amount of white people are going to have to vote. You know, no.
Well, today is the day of reckoning for 20 million Americans of African descent. Voting will begin in just a few seconds from now. As you know, 2 telephone numbers will appear on your screen, one in favor and one against the space traders' offer. After dialing the number of your choice, simply key in your personal security code. Here, ladies and gentlemen, are the 2 numbers. The polls will remain open for the next 3 hours, but we should be able to project a decision very shortly. Wait. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, with just 6% of the vote tallied, we project that the referendum will pass by a comfortable margin. Oh, God.
The numbers that they chose are interesting because, hold on, let me see. Can I catch it? Because what is the population of black people in the United States?
Oh, I don't know.
Like 30%, 32, 33%, somewhere up in there, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
The number that they gave was 37%. And that's a really good number because that would be the ones that did go with the black people.
Right.
Only one piece of carry-on luggage.
Hold on.
The aliens say they will allow only one piece of carry-on luggage per person. Oh, This is Bernard Shields. Goodbye.
Burning bacon. This is the end of it, y'all. It's got like
Dad.
3 minutes or so.
Come on, this is insane. You're just sitting here like nothing's wrong, nothing's going on. We gotta do something. I mean, can we get across the border or get guns for everybody? I don't know.
Jennifer, they stopped selling guns to us yesterday, and 2 days ago they quadrupled the border guards. You know that.
But you and he did pledge the same fraternity. He just can't.
Pledge the same fraternity. There goes that shit again. I be talking about this all the time, and I don't think people really understand it, but it's like, you know, the elitism type of thing, where I'm better than you type of thing, or I deserve more privileges than you type of thing. You know what I'm saying? The whole thing is like, you know, whenever like, I don't know, you get pulled over, like, they're like, okay, well, you need to fix all your stuff in your car so you don't get pulled over or whatever. Or like, you know, they do something to you that's wrong. The people just tell you, well, you just do what they do or whatever. You know what I'm saying? You know, put some 100 club stickers on your car or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Put some American flags or something, you know? They just say, do what they do. You know what I mean? And that's the thing, you know, that goes that elitism, and that reestablishes the same system. You know what I'm saying? And forces everyone to follow that system of just look out for me and my friends and my family, tell them the secrets to get by, lie and cheat, you know what I'm saying? And fucking, you know, just don't get caught. Anyways, I hate it. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. I hate that shit. And oh yeah, join a fraternity so that you can get, you know, deals with that. They have to show you love. Your brothers in the frat gotta do what they gotta do. She still got eggs on her hand.
Morning, Gail. Wife, you aren't a sight for sore eyes. Linda sends her regards.
He keeps on saying Linda sends her regards. I was thinking about that a lot, and it's like, well, wait, I'm not gonna give it away to the end. I'm away.
England?
Promise is a promise.
Thank you.
Get out of here.
Not you, Gail.
Gail is not black, his wife, and she had on some kind of like makeup to look browner. This whole time she's not black chick. He's married to a white chick. So plot chick twist. Dun dun dun.
Promise is a promise.
Oh, no! Lenny!
Okay, so the girlfriend's a white girl, so
Lenny! No!
and in case you haven't figured it out, they're not going to England.
You knew it was hopeless as soon as the idea was out of the bag. Didn't you?
He said you knew it was hopeless as soon as the idea was out of the bag. Like, basically, the aliens gonna give us a bunch of money and clean up our environment and stuff, and all we gotta do is give up the black people? And you thought we wasn't finna go for that? You're crazy. You know, and the other part, Linda, he kept saying, Linda gets sensitive regards. This is like probably his sister, friend, mother, somebody related to him. And that was to signal that she was white folks. And that's the connection too, like with the guy, then they called him an Oreo, and then him getting in and then being a part. That's one of the ways you do it, right? You can marry in, you know, right? Maybe because those people were obviously important, right? The ones that came to pick him up, these were other political people, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. So he probably kind of married into it. So yeah, let me play the end of it. It's wrapping up.
All right, people off the bus and on the beat. Come on, folks, let's move. Get your belongings. Get off fast. Stand on. Let's go. Let's go. Off the bus and on the beat. Let's follow along. If you can't carry it, leave it behind. Push wild, no talking.
When I look at this, I figure like they would be so comfortable. The United States would be so comfortable doing this. I think. And you know it would be ugly. It would get ugly. That's like the image of the rapture, right? So that's the flip on this. I'm going to read some comments because it's about to be over, but that's what I'm going to do at the end. But that's the flip on this. It's like the rapture. But the rapture and like, you know, God coming to take his children. Not like the rapture and everybody's going to die or some shit.
And so
it's like the rapture of like finally getting to go to heaven. Let me play the last little clip.
as we say goodbye to our dark friends and neighbors, we say hello to a new era of American peace and prosperity. For World News Now, I'm Stryker O'Rourke.
You heard what he said? Let me play that again because it's so much, the sound is so terrible. So the black people are gone.
And so as we say goodbye to our dark friends and neighbors, we say hello to a new era of American peace and prosperity.
As we say goodbye to our dark friends and neighbors, we say hello to a new era of American peace and prosperity.
World News Now, I'm Stryker O'Rourke.
This dude's name is Stryker, and he replaced the black guy because that was the same show, news show. Black guy's gone. This guy is in his place. What do you think about it? How does it make you feel? You know what I mean? After watching it,
Complex. I definitely have. I still have so many questions, but like you said, I do see that. I do see the dynamics clearly, and I do see that being capable of being played out just based on how the dynamics are. And because I looked it up, and the African American population right now is only 12.6.
damn, I doubled it.
So, I mean, yeah, they would happily turn, part of their population over.
They're gonna be like, it's only 12% of the population, so hey, how bad is it really gonna hurt? They're giving us a bunch of stuff. We kind of wanted to get rid of them anyways. So this is a win-win.
Right. And I'm sure they knew, because the guy said it in the beginning, that they know they're turning them over pretty much as a sacrifice. There's no guarantee they're going to live. That's what they know for sure, is that this is essentially what it is a sacrifice. We're sacrificing part of our population. There's no goody in it. Oh, they're not thinking that. They're already making this deal in their mind with the idea that they're sacrificing part of their population, which is insane to me.
Right, because they're thinking it's going to be a genocide or whatever, but they don't even really care, right? They don't care one way or the other. But that's why the argument of they're going to a utopia, a beautiful place, a beautiful planet or whatever, I think that argument would have worked. You spread that propaganda around, and then they start getting it into their head like, wait a minute. I
Right.
think, yeah. So
Because they
that's why.
fed African Americans the same thing, in slavery. They threw the Bible at them and told them that the more you suffer, you're going to be rewarded for it in heaven.
Right.
You're going to be rewarded for suffering. And so, it's just very interesting to see that played out.
Yeah, I loved it. I think it was a great idea, to think about it. So like a mental exercise, it's like a mental, you know what I mean? And it's like, so like the idea of the rapture too, because a lot of people look at the rapture as a good thing. Like it's going to actually come or whatever. And people going to finally get their salvation or whatever. So like this kind of concept would be like this is how it could happen or whatever. You know what I mean? This is the idea of it. You know what I mean? That it looks like it's going to be a bad thing, but it's really not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that's the vibe that the episode or movie or whatever was trying to give. I really think that's what they were trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
Because at the end, the way he went up, and it was like peaceful. You know what I'm saying? So it seems like if they wanted to kill them or hurt them in any kind of way, then they would have did it in a different way.
Right.
Let me read some comments underneath the video. The first comment, it says, this movie puts everything out there for us to see and hear of exactly what they think about the children of Israel. Liquor, drugs, the economy, how they set it up for children of Israel to stay at the bottom. They know who the children of Israel are. Next comment, it says, do you think the aliens would treat them any more badly than we have? That's a jaw-dropping question. Confession. Yeah, that was interesting. So that's what the black guy was like. He was like, shit, man, can't be worse than this.
Right.
Got some liquor, shit, I'm good. Let me read some more comments. It says, they may not like us, but they sure can't live without us. They just put that in quotation marks. Another comment, it says, watch this movie years ago. This lets us know they know more than they letting us know. That's an interesting comment. Another one, it says, I was born in 1981, so how in the hell I missed this movie? So much symbolism and huge eye-opening to truth. Wow, man. They always knew the Most High coming back for us only. Let me read some more. It says, after re-listening to the entire Bible, I guess, I've compiled this list of our people to read and look up for themselves. He got a whole list of Bible verses. Wow, bro. You put a lot of time in that. Let me read some more. It says the mistake many of us make, like the brother in the movie, is to think they are capitalist first and racist second. If it were about capital, they might mistreat you, but they hate you. The hate is due to who you are and who they ain't. You want to make comments? I don't want to keep you forever. I know you got your time is precious.
I just, this is like just mental gymnastics. Like I'm just going over the multiple possibilities and the multiple reasons why. Because I thought if the African Americans go, they're just gonna find someone else to hate on. So they're gonna find someone else to point the finger at. This is why our jobs are taken. This is why America's like this.
Exactly.
That's a tough one.
I love it. I love it. I love it. It's a mental exercise, and it's like, I mean, you think about, like, the thing about the damn liquor and the cigarettes and how those companies were like, man, we're gonna lose money. So the only people he could find that would be on his team really to help him was people that would find economic reasons to, want to keep the black people around.
Right.
That's super interesting right there, that idea.
But they still didn't turn up.
Well, they probably didn't have enough impact. Maybe that was that reason why it got up to 37% or 36% or whatever it was. It's so interesting. And all the dynamics related to the guy being a Republican and a black guy having a white wife, white neighbors, and really kind of just playing the game to win. But overall, really wanting to look out for black people, and in the end, trying to look out for black people. And then the black people not trusting him and not listening to him. Like, that sounds like a story that happens over and over and over again. Because what we were saying before in some of the other videos is like, I feel like for you to do great good, you have to do some evil. You know what I'm saying? And even the other way around, if you want to do great evil, like you want to just do a greatest evil possible, you're going to have to do some good, because it's just how things work. Because, like, let's say for you to get into the position to be able to do great good for your people, you got to do some dirt to get there.
Right.
So them people can trust you, so that you can get into position to actually make moves, because they're not going to trust you. They if you Mother Teresa, you not, you straight clean. None of these people are clean. Like, they talk about the spy versus spy. Like, I knew this guy who was an FBI undercover agent guy. And this guy would tell us stories he wasn't no longer at this time, but he was telling stories about when he was. And he was talking about how like if your assignment was to be like a crackheaded wino that lived in the damn alley, then that's what you actually did. And you know what I'm saying? They didn't clock out and go home. That's not how it works. They out there and actually doing the drugs and actually drinking alcohol, actually doing heroin or whatever the fuck, like literally. And but that's how they're able to get information. That's how they're able to use them. That's how, because ain't nobody gonna trust you on the streets if you don't. Every time they pass the drugs or the weed or the alcohol around, and you be like, nah, I'm good. They're gonna be like, oh, what? You must be a cop. So you have to think about that, So that's the thing, the dynamic I'm thinking of about how being a bad guy to be a good guy, and the dynamic of the black guy in this movie where he was like the Republican and everybody called him an Oreo, but in the end, he was really trying to look out for black people.
Right. I think people fail to acknowledge how much the human experience is dynamic. It's not a a dichotomy, or either this or that.
black or white.
The human experience is very much fluid and dynamic, and people don't want to, especially when we get into these like debates, arguments, disagreements, they want to say like, oh, but I'll put you in this box, and that makes it easier for me and less guilt on me to have these thoughts and ideas. It's a tactic.
Simplify.
It helps us separate ourselves from that person, the other easier.
You create them a other, but it also just simplifies things. And that's what I be saying about the religion, like super simplified things, good, bad,
right,
evil, good, evil, or whatever, boy, girl, like really simple dynamics, black, white, you know what I'm saying? On, off, so, but that's not reality, right? Reality is not as simple as that. And then it's really, like I said before, about the boxes. You can't put people in the boxes. So talk about that before you go for the audience. You know what I'm saying? Because in the other episode, we touched on it a bit. We're talking about gender fluidity, because Pat was asking questions about it. So hopefully he'll watch the show and check it out, because when he's not here, he usually watches the show. So the gender fluidity thing, the idea of putting people in the box of left, right, boy, girl, or whatever, masculine, feminine, and to explain for the audience, because I think a lot of people don't really understand, you know what I'm saying, how that works. So, because see, I've taken some of the classes at U of H, gender studies and stuff like that. I have a book. After Love is what it's called. It's Queer Intimacy and Erotic Economies in Post-COVID Cuba. Basically, they were talking about how they get taken advantage of, you know what I'm saying? Sex trafficked and stuff like that. Because what happens is, whenever you live in a community where you are like othering gay people, then it puts them in a position where they can more likely to take advantage of. They can't go to the police and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, they're more vulnerable. So I saw a clip in a video where it was a guy, and he said that he got raped, and he told the police, and they arrested him, and he sat down for some years. And he's like, that's the last time I go to the police for help. And like, imagine how sad that is. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So what I was saying, that when you live in a community that's making them others, like, and I compare it to the immigrations, and that's why I say about the border and the women's rights, because you create these other, and therefore it allows people to take advantage of them in this way or another, that makes them more vulnerable. So explain for the audience about, like, gender fluidity.
Well, what I've come to learn about it, I used to have some really traditional views about it. I used to grow up thinking, that you're boy or girl. And I went through life, and as I grew up, I started to realize there was multiple ways to be me. There's multiple ways to be a female. There's multiple ways to be a woman. There's multiple ways to be a boy. And I realized that because my brother, he would be like, oh, I'm really sad about this. I'm really upset. I don't feel like I can come out about this, or, this thing is upsetting me. I don't feel like I can cry. I don't feel like I can show my emotions, but that's what a man is supposed to be. That's it. And I'm like, I want you to understand that even in ancient African Egyptian societies, that there was a balance of feminine and masculine. And I was like, you can't just go, you have to balance it. You can't just go on one extreme. Bad things happen when you go on either extreme. And I was telling him, there's no one way to be a man. And I know he actually went through this like red pill incel pipeline to, he was like, this is how I'm supposed to be a man, blah, blah, blah. And he came to me and he was like, Amina, it's not working. Like, I want to feel like I can be emotional. I want to feel like I can be in tune with myself and be emotionally intelligent and still know what I want and still also have masculine qualities. And so that seeing my brother go through that, I was like, man, that's my little brother. Like it was so amazing to me to see him go through that. And it kind of put in perspective how even though I'd never like planted that seed in his head before he came to me, he was like, okay, I feel comfortable talking to you about this just because I feel like you're open-minded and I feel like you can, I feel like you're not going to judge me or you're not going to see me any type of way yesterday about how we need to start seeing other humans as humans and not as this ideal we want them to be. I was specifically talking about parents. I was like, we have to let go of this notion of I deserve this, I deserve that, I deserve a good parent, I deserve this type of parent, I deserve. You have to realize that the person that raised you is a human and they were going through their own shit and they had to figure it out. And so the more we try empathizing people, just like, with LGBTQ community, the more we empathize them and the less we're like, oh, no, this is what you are. Here's the box you fit in. The more we start to understand their struggles. And then we understand that they're going through a lot of the similar things we're going through mentally with trying to figure out our identities. So it's just, I think, like I said, the human experience is dynamic and fluid. I think these labels make us more comfortable. They make us feel like it attaches something to us and it makes us feel like, but I've always felt like if anyone can truly be whoever they wanted to be, there's no need for labels. There's no need to put a label on it. There's no need to put a name. We should all come in community and we should all be able to accept the differences and see someone else's differences. We don't necessarily have to agree with them, but respect their ability to do whatever they want to do. So it was interesting just seeing my brother go through that and try to figure out his own identity and what the world is telling him how to be, and that he was consistently feeling alienated because he felt like he had to be this version of macho masculine. He had to be, you know what I mean? So it's interesting.
It's the theatrics, and I thought that's what you were gonna say, but it's like, it's kind of like, you're playing a role, right? And it's the society's pressure, right? Society says men's supposed to act like this and women's supposed to act like this. Men's supposed to dress like this, women's supposed to dress like that.
Right.
Men's supposed to work at these jobs and women's supposed to work at these jobs. So you feel this pressure to play that role so that you can fit into society, so that you won't be ostracized and made into an other. You know what I'm saying? You want to be accepted in the group. So for you to be accepted in the group, then you have to fit into whatever those gender label roles that have been set up already.
Right.
So, and I think that's where people get lost in understanding the idea. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about the masculine and the femininity, and it's like the thing about how, like, a lot of times it comes from your mom, right? I'm not saying your mom, I'm saying people's moms.
Right.
How they are, especially with the boys, like they tend to be a little softer with the girls on like the gender identities.
Right.
But with the boys, they're a lot more strict. You know what I'm saying? As far as the boys need to, like, they need to pee standing up, and they need to like wear pants or whatever the hell. You know what I'm saying? Like the moms, I think, are the ones a lot of times who are, reinforcing this idea of these gender roles, and also making it hard because, like, people, like you said, not feeling comfortable giving their feelings. Like, men are not supposed to have feelings. They're not supposed to cry. We talked about that in the show one time, where it's like, men, and then they say they look at you're weak. So
Right.
you're weak if you cry. Right. So it's like, where does crying, how did we get to the point where crying makes you appear to be weak?
Right.
Having emotions. Where did we get to the point where having emotions make you weak? Identify as weak. And then it also identifies as like feminine, as a woman. So then it's acceptable for the woman to be emotional, but it's not acceptable for the man to be emotional. Like, where did that come from? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. And then if you do have a woman, she's feminine, and she identifies as a woman, but she is, maybe she's not as freaking like emotional. You know what I mean? She doesn't really get caught up in her emotions very much. She's really pragmatic and practical. There's plenty of women like that. And people are going to look at that as like masculine features or whatever, masculine energy.
Right.
When they're just pragmatic and practical, which is, it really has to do with right brain and left brain more than anything, right? Because everybody falls in one or the other as far as that they lean towards, right? Because you got the right brain person who's right. The right brain person is the more organized person, right? They're they're more pragmatic. They're the left brain person is more creative. They're kind of like not as organized. They're more spread out. They think of things in a different way. Like, they don't look at numbers the same way and time and all of that. So, but that's not masculine or feminine at all.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's what I mean. So everybody has these dynamics of the yin and the yang and the masculine and feminine in them, and everybody falls on
balance it, right?
I
mean, if any therapist will tell you it's not good to go on any extreme. You have to find a balance, and that's what I encourage in my brother. That's what I talk to people about. I don't believe in this one notion. This is how to be a certain human being. You're alienating people, because I think humans find comfort in conformity. They find comfort in, how do I fit in as much as possible so I don't stick out like a sore thumb? And once they do stick out like a sore thumb, there are some real problems. Like, for example, the men that don't fit in that, here's what I have to do to be a man. I think the suicide rate for men is like 60% right now. 60% out of all suicides, I think, are men. So it's crazy to me that we're seeing the effects of alienating men and saying, you don't have to do this, you don't have to cry, you don't have to show your emotions, and then telling women like, you guys get to do all that stuff, but you guys, it stops there.
So the men are bottling it up inside, and then so they can't never get to show their emotions. So one day they just kill themselves to it's like one final expression of emotion.
Right.
Super sad. Super sad. Yep, that's the world we live in. It's really horrible, because we talk about the patriarchy all the time and how women are created or considered second-class citizens, but we don't talk about the pressure of men in the patriarchy too, because they're supposed to be the head of the household, they're supposed to make all the money, they're supposed to pay all the bills, they're supposed to pay whenever you go on dates, they're supposed to buy you a ring, you know what I'm saying? They're supposed to have a better job, they're supposed to make good money, so that's pressure on a lot of men too, because a lot of men don't fall in that. And I think in a lot of relationships, that's perfectly fine, right? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the woman being the one that's making the most money? Can that be the dynamic in the relationship and it work? How come, and then it still doesn't have to be nothing like gay and lesbian type of relationship. And that's another part of it that people get lost in it, because they think it's like they're mixing up the feminine and masculinity with like sexual, because another part of it people get confused in is like where you fall on the feminine and masculinity scale has zero to do with your sexual preference. They're not correlated at all. So, and I think that people think that it is. They think that because I'm kind of feminine, then that means I want men. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But that's not the case. Like, that not necessarily the case. It could be the case, but not necessarily, because your sexual preference is not the same. And it's the same thing with the gender identity kind of part, because then that's the same thing. They like to put that in the sex as far as related to what they're sexually attracted to. Your gender identity is not related to what your sexual preference is. Right? Yeah, it's hard for me to talk about this with the guys, They don't get this stuff. And then they start making jokes and
That's one of the main reasons, because my brother felt the same way. So he couldn't necessarily go to my mom about it. I mean, and he didn't have someone in his life being like, "Hey, dude, you can cry, you can let it out." And I had gone through years of therapy, so I already knew what was up. But it was interesting to like have healed and gone through that, and then you're trying to come from for someone else and try to be an advocate and ally for someone else. And I can never teach my brother how to be a man, but I can teach him how to be a decent human being, and I think that's as far as it needs to go. Like, I don't need to teach him how to be a man.
and all the parents should look at their kids that same way. It's like, I'm teaching you how to be a decent human being, like whatever the hell you want to like. And really, I think that we should allow them to live their life, like explore their life, and make, because a lot of parents want their kids to do this or do that or whatever.
They
Or
already
be
have an agenda for them since the day they were born.
like, they want them to be this or be that. And I think that you're setting yourself up for disappointment whenever you do that, because, and then like the best way, like I say, like, oh, they're creative, man. They're just little humans. That's another thing that people, I think, they treat kids like others. Children
Right.
are not others. They're just a small human.
Right.
You know,
I literally saw this post. It was like, you guys are so quick to say you want to have a baby, but you're not quick enough to say that are you ready to raise a human? And people don't think about that when having children. They think about the baby stage and, oh, it'll be so great. They don't think about what happens when this human starts thinking for itself.
and
What
that's
happens then?
a
And
lot
then
of
their world
parents.
falls apart.
That a lot of parents work. That's what I was about to say. That a lot of parents lose it. They lose their shit soon as. That's why the whole teenage years be a thing, because now you're battling with your child, because then now they're realizing your bullshit. So that's why I be saying, and I was just having this conversation with someone, that you have to be honest. I watched a movie. Damn it, I don't want to mention it because then I'm gonna have to pull it up. But freaking anyways, what I was saying to the other person was, because we were watching this movie, and it was like, the point of the moral of the story of the movie is, don't lie to your kids, because your daughter might show up with a hatchet years later, because that's what happened in the movie. And it's like, so, but that's the thing. And it was the mom too. The mom lied and told her daughter all these lies about her dad, and she found out the truth, and she wasn't happy about it. People died. So that's what it is, though. So like, what I'm saying is, people got to be honest with their children, tell them the truth, treat them like a human. Another part of it is, people feel like the child is not ready to understand a lot of things, and I'm like, they're little humans, bro. Like, if they're not a baby, like a baby, their brain works, bro. You know what I'm
these
saying?
kids absorb and understand a lot more than the parents think. And these kids internalize what they hear through the cracks in the door and what they overheard. And parents don't think about that. Kids can be extremely intelligent, and they can see through things, and they can feel when something's not right. And so
yeah, stop thinking these kids are stupid, and they're not ready to have these conversations, or they don't understand, because they do, and they are. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of cases, not everybody develops differently. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why you want to communicate with your child often, so that you can know where they're at mentally and what they're ready for and what they're not ready for. You're the parent. You should be able to make that discernment of what they're ready to have a talk about and what they're not. So, but you also have to stop. You're babying yourself is what the parents are doing. And I see it happens all the time. They're making themselves suffer, really, in a lot of situations by babying. Like, let me give a specific example. Pampers. Okay? Pampers. Specific example of parents making themselves suffer. Child is like 3, 4, 5 years old and still wearing Pampers. You were being lazy, and you're babying your child, and you are also making yourself suffer, because you got to still change these fucking Pampers, and you have to spend money on fucking Pampers. And that's another thing with the parents, like I say, like they're not ready or whatever, they're not smart enough to do it. And I be watching videos online all the time where there's a kid doing some old complex thing and they gotta pamper them. So you think your kid could do this thing, but they can't go to the bathroom when they, get the fuck.
Right. They're like stunting their development.
It's what they're doing, and they're also making it harder on themselves because they're paying money for Pampers. They're smelling shit in the baby's Pampers. It's not good for the kid's skin. It's not good for anybody that's in this situation. Everybody is suffering as a result. So what I'm saying is that's just an example, a specific example of how people make themselves suffer because they're kind of like they're really doing it for themselves. Like the same thing with the with not having these conversations with the child. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. It's scary. You know what I'm saying? And what if your child is gay or lesbian or whatever? You know? And now they want to tell you. You want your child to feel comfortable enough to tell you this? You know, if y'all haven't had conversations along these lines, then they're not gonna feel comfortable having this conversation with you. So now they're gonna hide this from you and they're gonna sneak and lie and have a twisted as dark in the closet ass lifestyle, suffering. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure as any parent out there, truthfully, deep down in your heart, you still love your child. It's a piece of you, regardless of what their sexual preference ends up being. You know what I'm saying? You love that child. So make them feel comfortable.
Yo, what up? Yo, what up, guys? I'm just joining in, so I don't really know what we're talking about, but good to see you.
What's up, Thriller? Well, let me ask you this: you don't have any children. You got your siblings have children. Your siblings have children. Let me ask you a question. If one of your nieces or nephews turn out to be gay, or maybe in the future you have a child and that child,
I'd love them.
Yeah. How would would you treat them any different? And what about ages
Dude,
of having conversations with them about it? What about
before
that?
Before I got my bid at Johnny's, I was working in Montrose, bro. And some of the nicest people I met were gay. It's like I do not as far as religion goes, shunning that was definitely I feel like that's not a godly thing to shun them for being gay, you know what I mean?
Exactly. That's so crazy that they use religion to do this because, that's a very not Christ-like.
It's more of a man thing to do. It's totally man-made concept, bro.
Yeah, so what do you think about
be
it?
the alpha, the dominant, beastly man. Oh, he's gay? Oh, God will da-da-da. You know what I mean?
I know you're probably about to go, Mina. Let me ask you one more question. I didn't kept you a long time. This is the longest you've been on the show. Let me ask you a question. I asked people this question before because I know you're about to go. Listen. So what if you have a child in the future and your child is born with both? Your child is like a hermaphrodite.
Intersex?
They have both working parts.
Okay.
Inside and out. And you have to make a decision on their gender, right? This is hypothetical. You decide to make a decision on their gender, and then as they grow up, then they start to feel like they're a man in a woman's body or a woman's in a man's body or whatever, the opposite of the gender that you chose. And so that's my question. So how do you feel about that? What do you think about that? And also, if the child was born with hermaphrodite, would you choose one or the other?
I wouldn't. So I would only choose if it has anything to do with their health. If sometimes they might end up with deformed parts. Like I don't know. So if they have a part that's not working, like we can figure it out. But other than that, I'm not making. I have to approach this tiny baby as like they're going to be their own human and adult. You have to make your parenting decisions that way. They're going to be their own human. Stop trying to put your ego and what you want from them and what you think they should be. You have to realize this is going to be their own little human, and they're going to grow up and they're going to do their own things. So I wouldn't touch it. I mean, my hands would pretty much be off unless it's a health issue or anything that needs to. But I don't what do I'm not like God or the universe. What do I look like choosing someone's gender? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if I truly believe that anyone can represent themselves any way they want to represent themselves, no matter their genitals, what they identify as, their label, then it is not going to matter to me.
So, but let me ask you this. So what if your husband was like, no, we need to choose a gender?
Nah, he's not like that. No,
Yo,
so I
can you
mean,
hear me?
and that brings up a complex issue of how, I guess, in a marriage or relationship, who really gets to say to this child. It brings up ownership. It brings up who really gets to have that conversation, who deserves to have that conversation, who has the authority to have that conversation. And ideally it should be a joint decision. So, but we're making decisions about a thing's body, another human's body. So at that point, we can only make decisions that are for the health of the child and not anything to do with our ego or what we expect of the child or performing sex.
So, but see, I hear your argument really clearly. But it sounds like that's exactly what you would say to him if he said, I wanted to, we got to pick one. And so, but what if he stood on that and he was like, man, my family, they put pressure on me. They really, they like, we got to choose a gender. Like,
so that, and I talked to someone else about this.
because
Those
look, wait.
conversations happen before you get married.
Well, let me ask you.
And some people don't have those conversations where they're not like, okay, if we end up in a situation where we're going to have a kid, like, what are our values? Are we aligning with each other? Before we even get in this situation, bring another human in this earth, are we on the same page? And a lot of people are not on the same page.
I agree with you, but I don't think that everybody has this particular conversation, because it's not like something that's going to really just happen to everybody, but
Right.
It could happen to anyone. So,
Yeah.
but what if it's hereditary and it comes down in the family, and you don't know about it? Like you say, you don't talk about it. They had their genders fixed when they were babies, and maybe some of them didn't even know. Their parents didn't even tell them. They fixed it and didn't even tell them, and then they have this trait that they pass down. Because that's the other part of it I wanted to ask you. So, like you said, we gotta agree and have, be on the same page. But your parents are kind of a part of this too, right? Like his mom and his dad, and your mom and your dad, or whatever. Like, I mean, I think that shouldn't they have a little bit of say too? It's like, this is my grandbaby.
Because that's interesting, because I was telling Tana the reason why a lot of children are coming out of these like broken homes and broken families is because I think we left behind the idea of multi-generational raising of children and community raising of children. And at that point, that it would be a community decision if the grandparents were involved and stuff like that. And I think that's more of what we should get to. I was also telling Tanner that I truly believe in I don't necessarily believe in the nuclear family, that, only two people household and this children only gets to interact with the two people. But I really do believe that there needs to be checks and balances when it comes to parenting a child. No one person can have all of the say. There needs to be
too hard. It's way too hard for one person. I think it's way too hard for just two people.
Right,
So, like,
right.
I agree with you. And the extended family thing is really our heritage. But it's weird that we've gotten away from it. And that's what I be bringing up all the time, because look how much we pay for daycare and babysitters and stuff like that. You got grandma to help teach the children
They're
education.
supposed to be teaching lessons, right, and sharing stories, and
Passing
it's
down
so unfortunate that we've gotten away from that. That like
skills.
the younger generation right now feels so removed from the older people, their elders, that it's not supposed to be that way.
We all should be in there together. And like I say, and if the village raises the child, then you have this group of people who are all going to care for this child and help in ways in the house, literally be there.
Right.
Then I think they should have some say in this kind of decision. And I think that's where it should be, because it's a hard decision anyways.
Right.
So if it's just left up to one person, That's tough,
It's too
bro.
much for one person. Yeah. There needs to be checks. There needs to be differing opinions. I mean, you can't just I will always believe that you need to have someone who's going to offer a different perspective.
Well, let me ask you this one more question, because this is kind of related to the extended family thing. So the polygamy. Were you on the show when we were talking about that?
I don't think I was.
Because the guys were saying, and Deuce is listening, they were saying, they were kind of okay with the polygamy thing, with the guy having multiple wives, man have multiple wives, but all the way not okay with the woman having multiple husbands. And I'm like, I don't, the way I look at it is like, it's not fair to look at it that way and be like, it's okay for men to have multiple wives, but it's not okay for women to have multiple husbands. And also the idea of the village raised the child and the extended family, the polygyny and polygamy argument is really good for that, for
I didn't say
economics.
that. I didn't say it's okay for men. I say if it I look at it as it's the same. You know, a man can't expect preferable treatment over the woman, like, because that's just me. Like, I'm not a cheater. I don't believe in that. When I'm with somebody, I'm with somebody. But yeah, but I'll let Chaka finish.
But it's not cheating if everybody
If you're in agreement, right?
And y'all are working together in the household, and you're building a household together, and now you got more aunts and uncles and grandmas to take care of the kids and look after the kids and buy them a car when they graduate high school or whatever the hell. We are, what the system has got us doing, this whittle away, so that the children have to completely depend on their direct parents for everything. You know what I'm saying? And then it puts a lot of pressure on the parents. That's another reason why people are having fewer children. A lot of people say they don't want to have. What about you? Have y'all talked about it? Or y'all think about having children? Yeah, y'all are no forever, or just no for now?
Forever, pretty much. We
So
just
what's
didn't see a
y'all's?
reason to bring a child. So especially with
I want
me, I
children.
had to go to therapy first to make my for sure decision. It took me a little bit because I was like, I don't want to fuck up a
Sorry, I
child. I
interrupted.
don't want to
I'm in the car.
traumatize a child. And so I had to go to therapy, and I was like, then I'll figure it out. And I did. And I was still like, okay, no, I don't think that. I think a lot of people see raising children as a more of an ego thing, and I just know that I would be okay without children. I would be just fine without children, and that I would want to use my free time and help other people with their children, and I would look after my brother's children if he had children, but I don't want children of my own. So I know that I have like 4 dogs and 2 cats. I think I'm good. That's also a generational thing that's happening now, where people are considering their pets to be like their family.
But see, the problem I have with that is that people treat their children like pets, and that's totally not okay. You
Right.
know what I'm
And they're
saying?
doing the opposite of what they're supposed to be doing.
And so, but yeah, the thing about the pets, and then that's what I say. That's why I don't want any pets, is because I got 3 kids. So I don't want. That's what I tell everybody. Like, I already got 3 kids. I don't need another mouth to feed, somebody to look for when they get lost, and all kinds of clean up after. I already do that. So, but
Hey,
that's
bro.
funny though. You say you don't want to have kids, because Anaya said she doesn't really want to have kids. I think she's pretty
there's
much going to
gonna
stick to
be,
that too,
we
at least for a
know
while.
that we're going to be fighting for water. We know that. We know that we're depleting our reservoirs and our aquifers. We know that the UN has already said we're going to have a crisis over water in the future. So it's like, what do I look like wanting to bring a child into that? And on top of that, look at the nation I'm living in, where there aren't enough social support systems like Sweden, like Newfoundland, like Germany, that support families. We don't have that in America. We just got this like earned child tax credit not too long ago, when parents should have been supported a long time ago, but they're seeing the birth rate is declining and they're trying to incentivize people to have babies. And they know that the reason they're in this situation is because people can't afford to have them and they don't have enough support. So it's catch 22. We got in this situation for a reason.
Go ahead, Thriller. Go ahead. What you want to say?
I think everyone we just need to relax. Okay, listen, I found out something very, very important recently. All right, so think of the flow of the universe being God's will. Now think of that being a river. Now think of a river like splashing over onto land. That there's still an existing energy there, but it's not part of the river anymore. So it's free will, not God's will. But when we die, we go back to the river. And God's not mad at us. God isn't judging us. We go back to the river no matter what. And humans are going to destroy themselves long before God does, So like all these rules and shit with the religious aspect, we need to relax actually, because we have free will at the moment and we return to the river of God's will until it all happens again. It's an anomaly. But I do have to say 20% of the USA's population is getting killed because of abortion. I mean, humans need to think, do we really want that or not? If we do, then whatever.
What's the alternative to that? What do you think the alternative is to?
And I think the end of the world comes when we create this AI consciousness that tries to wipe us out.
Why do you think that?
As far as having kids and stuff, it would be nice to bring your kids along with you, have a bond, like an unbreakable bond with something. So when you do splash off the river, you're not alone.
Yeah, kids. I just jumped back in, guys. I had to close out all that paperwork on that tire, getting those tires replaced. But you guys were talking about not having kids or having kids.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I have. Well, y'all know I have two. So honestly, man, it was probably for me, it was like one of the greatest.
How did y'all tell us the story about the conversation you had with your wife? Did y'all have this conversation? I'm sure y'all did.
Well, we had talked about it, but growing up, she had quite a bit of issues, woman issues. So we didn't think that we would ever be able to conceive a child, honestly, if that's the correct word.
Mm-hmm.
So we just never even put any thought into it, bro. Like, honestly, we didn't never even put any thought into it. And I remember I just bought my first 18-wheeler, and for someone, we had a big blowout argument about something. I think it was about money or something. I don't know, bro. I think she like overspent money, and I had to like take money from a savings account, which I didn't want to do. We had like this big argument, and I came home and I was like in this uproar, and I came home and it was like Valentine's Day, and she kind of surprised me and we went out to eat. It was still like an awkward date. Came home, that happened, and next thing you know, she was pregnant. So.
Oh, that's romantic.
Oh, sweet.
But look, what you're saying is your kids are mistakes. That's what you're saying? Accident.
Well, not really, because I always wanted a kid. Growing up the way I grew up, not having my parents. So it was like for me, I remember always saying like if I have kids, I'm gonna be the best dad ever. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give them the world. I'm gonna do my best, to sow into them. So it was kind of like for me, it wasn't like a mistake. It was like, dude, when she called me and said that she had done or she had taken 10 pregnancy tests
Ooh.
and it wasn't the cheap ones, the expensive ones that's
Ooh.
like $20 a pop, and they all came back positive, bro. I was like excited. And the crazy part is I was coming down Grapevine Mountain in California headed to LA when
Mm.
she said it, of all places to be that excited coming down a mountain.
Were you ready? Were you ready at that point?
At that point, I don't really know if I was ready. I was making good money at the time. I was super excited to be a dad. When I finally came in off the road, she had her first doctor's visit at the OBG or whatever. And I just kind of went on a spending spree, bro. Like crib, car seat, stroller, just changing the apartment around, just, all kind of stuff. So, but fast forward now, my age where I'm at, I think about it with the issues that we had in our marriage the past couple of years, and trying to, I kind of wonder like, man, should I have waited to, to kind of let where she is kind of in her own lane and has her own career? Should we have waited a little bit more? But it's to me, it's like now I think about that, it's kind of like shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Right, right.
It's like you're faced with this. You got two amazing kids that make me proud every day. It's like so anything else in the world I can deal with. You know what I'm saying? Whether I feel like I can or not, I make it happen. So I continue to work. Am I where I want to be right now? Definitely not. Am I comfortable? No, but I'm never satisfied either. And not to say that in a negative way. I'm never satisfied because I feel like I'm nowhere near where I dream for my life to be
Mm-hmm.
and my family. So, but to answer your question, I mean, I don't know if I was really truly ready or not. It was like it happened and I was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. And to me, it was like the best thing that could ever happen to me, so.
And you went back, as you said, because of how you grew up, and how much having the child meant to you. Would you be able to compare that feeling then and what you feel now?
Yo, this is
Like
kind of off
how much it
subject,
really
but
means to you
I feel like I
in the
need to say
difference
this.
in how that love evolved as
If you haven't
the
already,
children grew.
look up the master key. Type in
Yeah,
master key in YouTube
yeah, yeah.
and
Okay.
regain control of your thoughts and just be positive and just get your accomplish your dreams, man. Life is short. Master
Yeah,
key, master key can't go wrong with that.
yeah.
What you gonna say,
The
Deuce?
the yeah. So to answer your question, I still have that excitement. It's like, man, it's a blessing. But there's times, like to be honest with you, as a father, as the head of the household, the lead, there's times that because I'm not where I want to be, I almost wonder if sometimes if I have done my kids a disjustice, am I failing as a father? You know what
Let's
I'm
talk
saying?
about. Let's explore
With
that.
being outside of the home as much as I
Let,
am
let's
because of work.
let's explore that a bit because earlier I don't know you was here, but I don't know if you got to make comments. But we talked about
So that master
masculinity
key
and
will help you work
Wait, hold on, Thriller.
less but
Ma-
make more.
the masculinity and femininity and like
It's like a cheat code.
the gender roles
Skill is
that
your
they make you
God-given
play.
right.
One at a time. Thriller.
Wait, hold
Come
on,
on,
Thriller.
man.
The gender roles that
Oh,
they
my
make
bad.
you
Am I talking
play.
over people?
Yeah, hold
Yes.
on.
Oh shit.
The
I'm
the
sorry. I'm in a
gender.
sketchy spot. I keep having to leave and come back.
Okay. The gender roles, Deuce, like, do you feel the pressure, like, you because you're a man, that you have to provide, and given the childhood that you had, you know what I'm saying, and you feel that pressure that you have to conform to society's image of a man to be the provider. You know what I'm saying? And do you think that's what drives you, to drive so much and, to be gone?
No, well, you know, I'm glad you asked that question. I've never looked at it from that perspective. In all honesty, I just went into it always looking at, I never wanted my kids to go through what we went through. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? I never wanted them to, and okay, so yeah, I never wanted them to have the challenges that we had and went through what we went through, with having less than and making fun of because you go to school, your clothes, your shirt dirty, because laundry, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mm-hmm.
just, and it's not even so much because I'm not real big on name brand, you know what I'm saying? So it's not even about name brand. It's just being the fact that they can be be well dressed and, and look like they come from somewhere. So that's something that I was always fighting. And then I'll tell you something else. For majority of my life, well, my adulthood life, I have been fighting to be so much different than what my mom and my dad ever was. You know what I'm saying? I feel like there's like this underlying stigma that's on me. I feel like because of the people that they were, those generational curses is the reason why I have to work 10 times harder to prove myself. You know what I'm saying? Like
But
you
look,
know,
Deuce, who are you proving it to? You proving it to yourself?
I don't know if I'm necessarily proving it to myself. Maybe I am, or maybe it's just me being trying to be better than they were, to my children, to be a better father, be a better man. You know what I'm saying? But as far as the society role comes in when I look around and I'm like, you know, uh, we're going back to an apartment where most of my kids' friends are going back to a home, to a house
Yeah,
that their parents own.
right.
You know,
It's different.
that's when or when I pull up with my son to practice, and I'm in my little Ford Ranger, and his best friend's dad is at a Ford F-250 lifted up like a monster truck,
Yeah,
and he's like, "Daddy, when are you gonna get a big truck?" You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So that's when that that comes into play. But for the most part, man, like I don't really know. I think the thing with society was that not ever being a statistic, because being a foster kid and being a ward of the state, there's a stigma on you. You're already labeled. They don't expect you to go very far. They expect you to be a menace to society, and then they're going to lock you away because you have all of these mental issues. You have all of this anger. They feed you with a bunch of, pills, like, dude, when I was in like the group home shelters and in different foster homes, there was kids taking shit that would fucking kill an elephant. And these kids weighed like 30, 40 pounds, 50 pounds, little 5 and 6 years old taking, you know, Adderall and Xanax and all of these other pills, because, people didn't want to deal with them instead of getting to the root cause and talking with them and counseling, and they just put them on drugs, and I fought that shit, bro. I fought it like they tried to lock me away and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up?
Love and attention. Yeah.
And
And
that
that's something that I try to do with my kids, but I feel like because of what I fought to give them, and and the life that they have, I've also hindered them in a way, because
Hmm.
my kids, I'm going away from the house 6 days a week, bro. My kids don't, and both of them have cell
Mm.
phones. They don't even pick up the phone and call and say, "Hey, daddy, how's your day?" Like it's always, if they do call, "Oh, I need this for school. Oh, I need that." You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
So it's like it's kind of a gift and a curse. You know what I'm saying? And I think I got fixated on trying to provide better for them, to where in a sense now, I ain't gonna say in a sense it is. It's now I'm having to break down this entitlement attitude. You know what I'm saying?
Look, you know what I say? Because I mean, me and Patrick talk practically every day, and I mean, a lot of that stuff is going to start with you. If you just all out of the blue just call them, they're like, "Wait a minute, Daddy's calling," and then they're gonna probably get excited as hell, like, "Well, my dad's calling," and so I mean, a lot of those things we have to initiate. We have to show them that this is how we do things. Like, when I was a kid, like my dad actually made the comment, "Oh, the only time you call me is if you want something." And I felt bad about it then, but I'm just like, okay, well, nobody ever really taught me as a kid how to interact with people. Like I
How to
kind of
reach out, right?
figure that out on my own. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we have to set the examples, and if like you want to hear from them, you call them, and like, hey, baby, what's up? Yeah, I just wanted to hear your voice. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And those things will turn into, them like, Dad, I was just calling to check on you. What city you in? And that's what my son pretty much like does. If I hadn't called him, he calls me, and it's just like we have that, you know, conversation. We can talk about whatever. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I would definitely give that a shot. You know what I'm saying? If that's something that you would rather see that, you know, we got to initiate it as the parents, because
Yeah.
they don't know that they could just pick up the phone and call dad until they realize, Dad, you know what? Yeah, I could use this phone that dad bought me to call him. You know what I'm saying? A lot of
Yeah.
times they look at it as being a phone that they use to play games on and look up stupid shit on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
Yeah, that's true, bro. It's crazy. Like, it's like I was telling my wife, my 15-year-old, I think she's 15, turning 16. Like she stays with us. Her and her mom were bumping heads and stuff, so she stays with us. And I took them out during my wife's birthday. I brought all the kids with us. I got them their own little room and stuff, and they were right next to us. And my niece and her brother was like, Uncle Dara, do y'all always stay at places like this? I'm like, yeah, we haven't always been like that, but yeah, we go, we hang, this is where we usually stay at and stuff like that. And just they were just so appreciative and grateful. It's like my little niece, bro. Like if she come home from school at 3 o'clock and I'm there and we go grab some lunch, like she's grateful. My my two, my son, he's not as picky as my daughter, but my daughter, on the other hand, no, she just be frowned up, and I'm like, boy,
So you got a
like boy,
teenager. You
I
gotta
gotta
deal.
get I gotta get your mama out of you, but but I got my 16-year-old niece there that is just grateful, bro. Like, I understand her and her mom had issues and stuff like that, but it's like she at the house with us. It's like we sit down, we have conversations about stuff. You know, Me and my daughter have conversations about stuff when she's, when her world is not crashing down from school. You know, but
Wait, let me
you
get
know,
Pat in the conversation. Pat, so what do you think about the gender roles and like the men being forced to be, providers? And do you think that how much of an impact does that have on you? You know what I'm saying? And one of the other things I was talking about was how the moms in a lot of cases are the ones who reinforce these gender roles, especially for the boys. You have to do this, you have to do this because you're a man. You know what I'm saying?
well,
And
I guess I mean, because my opinion on that is that we do have certain things that we should be more responsible for, because when it comes down to it now, if especially with me being out on the road, I mean, would I be say like put her in the opposite position and have her out on the road doing you know taking the chances that I take, or like the main goal is to to bring something together for the family. And being that I am a man, I feel that there's certain stresses in the world that I wouldn't want my woman to have to deal with, and I'm sitting because like I'm not gonna be comfortable feeling like, well, damn, I done sent her out here into this dangerous,
Yeah. So,
wilderness.
but what would be wrong with it if the roles
The
were
woman.
reversed?
But I think that comes down to ethnicity, bro, and culture, because I know several, white couples that, their husbands work in town. He, works in town, and the woman drives the truck over the road. And then I start like, growing up in a foster home with a white foster dad, and just seeing the way that they do things. It's just like, I think it's a cultural thing with us, bro. Like we're taught this from a young age that, you go out here, you do this, you do that. Whereas and I'm not trying to sound racist, but in white homes, a lot of times the roles are reversed. You have the woman that does majority of the DIY projects in the house, that has the more, manly style of a job. You know what I'm saying? And it's like,
Yeah.
I just think that's a more, for me, just thinking about it, like, I think it's a more cultural type of deal. Like,
Well, I don't know. I think from personally, like
because we've
of
always
course,
had to be
I've been
protectors as men, right? Just
well, yeah. I mean, and yeah, it could be very well just the way I was raised, and the gender roles that's always been there. Like for the majority of my family, the women did not work. They took care of the house. They, whatever. They were the fucking boss. They made, what I'm saying, and the my uncles and like my dad and all, like they go out, they work, and they pretty much, they ran the house, like whatever, like the women ran the house. So it's kind of like, you know I think that's kind of the spirit in which, because I mean, for myself, like, you know, I think I had to do a lot of the organizing and and making the money because of our dynamic, um, because that was somewhat expected from my spouse at the time, was that look, she shouldn't
But
have to worry about all these
but
other things.
but she was probably given that through her, those gender roles that was, you know,
Of
instilled
course,
in
I mean
her.
we're all trained. No matter how you look at it, we're all trained.
Yeah. So, but what would be wrong with the woman being the
Well,
protector and the
because
provider?
well, I mean, if you
I don't
want a
think
big if
that's
you want a
necessarily.
big woman, if you want a big woman that can protect you, then you go ahead. I like cute, petite, you know, little women that they probably not gonna be. I mean, they could they. I'm sure they'll get in there and throw some bowls with me, But as far as like that be their job is to protect me.
But my point is
No,
But
that,
I
like, I
think,
think we get lost in the culture of it, the whole thing, because, like,
but
look,
I think a man. I think
no,
honestly, bro. Like, I feel like,
it's our job.
honestly, I feel like a man,
but
or I feel like a boy needs a male figure, a good male
I
figure
agree
in
with
his
that.
life. And the reason I say that is because, it's a known fact. Women
I
speak differently than men. Women
I agree
speak
with
in a
that.
roundabout way, whereas a young boy needs direct and
But that's
stern.
balance, because the woman, the girl, the daughter needs the male
The
figure
mother.
too.
Eh,
She
But
Yeah,
needs
look,
the male figure
I'm
too.
look.
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
gonna use Kevin Samuel's quote. Pressure is for the shoulders, not the hips. So you don't put all the pressure on a woman like that. It's not that she can't. You know what I'm saying? Because in a lot
I
of cases, especially in a single situation, single homes, I mean, they do everything that they can until they ready to just
my
give up.
argument is that
But
the different household dynamics can work however they work. If the
well,
male
and they
is,
do. I look honestly, like one of Alero's neighbors, like pretty much like the wife, she cuts the grass, she shit, She's the one running to the range and practicing how to shoot. Like she's like, I mean, it is kind of like a dynamic like that. But you know, am will I feel comfortable in that? No, I just won't. I mean that's me. Now for others, I mean, and that doesn't, I'm not saying that they weak, but at the same time, the way I was raised, I mean, that's the way it is. My aunties now they're proper capping your ass like they, like they country girls. So they go out. My grandfather taught them how to shoot, how to, they hunt, how to, do all kind of stuff. Protect themselves. But at the same time, she's not the one that's gonna go out into the world and deal with everybody because she is the more important to protect.
Well, my argument is the fluidity of the gender roles and how like the society makes it rigid and makes it, you have to fit these boxes. You know what I'm saying? To simplify things so that for their comfort. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because people don't feel comfortable with relationships that don't fit traditional, whatever the hell you want to call traditional. And then they get it from they
Yeah.
like a lot of it is like they come from nature, right? They're like, oh, the nature, the man, the beast, the lion, the lion of the jungle. But that's not even right either. It's a rapper. He said every in the wild, every female is a hunter, and that's true. And it's like, with the even with the lions, a lot of times it's the females who do all the hunting and shit. You know what I'm saying? They're the
Hey,
ones that's really the most ferocious. They're the ones who scare the shit out of everybody in the jungle. It's the girls, the female
may I say
lions.
something real
Yeah.
quick?
Hey, but no, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, that's a lot. I mean, really, I'm gonna tell you. Like, as far as like, I think a lot of the females that I've dealt with over time, usually they are the most ferocious. They are meaner than I am. But at the same time, that's one of the reasons why she shouldn't be out there like that because she'll end up in a fight every day. As far as me, I have a different tact. I know that I gotta, like because of my size, I gotta, kind of redirect some energy and, maybe think it through a different way. Whereas, a female, she feel like she getting played, she ready to put her hands on you. You
Well,
know what
let's
I'm
talk
saying?
about
So,
that a bit, Amina.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like
wait, wait,
women can be just as strong though.
yeah, and they could be
I know
abusive.
kids that grew up in a household just single mom, and the boy came out, boy and girl came out way better. So
Well,
it's
well,
just it depends on the dynamics and the roles and
well, what
and
about
what the woman
abuse?
instills.
Because
Well,
that's another
yes, that
part of this. Because Mina, I want to hear your perspective because we don't get female perspectives that much. But women, I'll be saying women abuse men all the time. A lot of times it's psychological and emotional, and like like they got them. Even with you making more money, you got to make money and pay all the bills. Or I make more money than you. You not a man. Or just psychologically or even physically beating them up because I've seen all of that. So, but with our society, it's like a man is not supposed to get abused, so he can't complain about that. My wife is abusing me. If I say that, then I sound like a wuss.
Yeah,
It,
that, and there's only one domestic violence center for men in America right now. There's only one.
well, and that's
That's
probably because
terrible.
I mean, you know, it doesn't happen as much as you might think. I mean, yeah, like
I
And
think
I
it
think
happens a
that's
lot.
misguided
I think it
because
happens a
it is
lot.
not as
I got abused.
mainstream.
I got abused
what?
more
Not
than
as
one.
mainstream.
I got more than one ex that abused me,
And
bro.
they're afraid to come forward and say anything because it makes them look less than.
yeah.
I'm
I'm gonna
okay
Well,
tell you
with.
right now,
I'm
bro.
gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you because now yeah. Excuse me, Amina, but I think that yes, women tend to be a little more aggressive with their emotional. You know, like as far like y'all don't really know how to control your emotions all the time, and yeah, something sporadic might happen. But she's such a small little thing. A little hit ain't gonna hurt you that much, and then that way, I mean, you just have hey do that shit
It
again. I
doesn't make it
promise.
okay.
No, I'm not saying it makes it okay, but as far as having sinners for men, I mean, unless you really just that weak, because if she turn around,
No, Bro, you talk about just not gonna hurt that bad. These people getting abuse over time, and psychological
Okay.
abuse is the worst.
All right,
They
but I mean, but at the same time, you don't have to sit there and take that shit.
well, you say the same. You could say the same thing to women, and you wonder why women stay in relationships. It's really complex. The point
Okay.
of it is that just like women get abused by men, men get abused by women, and it happens often. It's not a small thing. It's just that our society doesn't want to like deal with that because it's like you're a man, you're supposed to deal
Well,
with it.
I can only speak from my point of view, really. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, I've had a female that has attacked me, and I like, all right, you say, all right, see, you got that one, but you do it again, I'm not gonna be as kind. And if they choose to go at that again, I'm gonna go on and put the smack down and let her know that I'm serious.
Yeah,
So
but
I
you still
mean,
talk about just physical. You bringing it just to physical abuse. You got
well,
emotional,
yeah, but
psychological. You got different forms of abuse.
and I get that, but I mean, I'm pretty witty. If somebody try to come at me on the, on like I'm probably gonna hurt their feelings way more than they can hurt mine. Like, I mean, if we gonna go there, I'm like, all right, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is not a game you want to play. I'm gonna give you fair warning. You don't want to play that game with me, and if you keep trying to talk shit, all right, I'm. I mean, everybody's got some kind of downfall, some kind of, you know, something that can be talked about. You know what I'm saying? What I mean,
But
bro.
it's my point is the gender fluidity, and that's what I want us to keep coming back to because it's like you said that women tend to be more emotional, but what I was saying earlier before you came on is that people have different spectrums of it. You know what I'm saying? And uh, being more emotional is not necessarily a feminine attribute. It's more of like a left brain. I compared it to left brain, right brain is much better than calling it masculine and feminine because people get lost in that because men could be very emotional and women and you can have women
Yeah,
who are
no, no,
stone
no, no.
cold.
Well, no, but see, no, because see, the difference is because we're both emotional beings, is that women end up being a little like they're not taught to be as controlled with
That's
their
the point.
emotion.
The point is the society has determined that women it's acceptable for them to be emotional and they're supposed to be emotional. So therefore they do it to act out their gender role.
Yeah, but I prefer a tough man than a tough woman. Like, I'd rather see a man that's gonna, like, I mean, I want a soft woman, and if that means, they,
That that has to do with your preference. And that's what
I
I
guess
was
so.
talking
Yeah.
about too before because like sexual preference is not necessarily related to this as far as like I say where they fall on the femininity masculinity because you got very feminine men who love women. You got masculine women who love men.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you like this here. I want a I want a very calm, mild mannered woman, but if shit pop off, I want to know she right there with me. Like we ride or die. You feel me? And
I
that's
ain't
what
gonna
I
lie.
that's
My
that's
chick
what I
gotta
have
be
at
kind of
home because
gangster.
if
She
you
gotta be
come up
kind of
on me,
gutter.
I'm gonna tell you right now, dude or female, if
Yeah.
you run up on me and my wife is in my presence and you run up on me, bro, you gonna feel her definitely.
I saw a
Like
meme.
you gonna feel her. Like she like and it's like to have somebody that's too soft to be just standing there screaming while you getting your ass jumped. Like, nah, man, come they step in, stick a motherfucker with a fork, a knife or something,
Well,
at least call the laws.
I'm bigoted,
I'm
because like I
saying.
mean, me growing up, like I've had fights with multiple guys at one time, and
I
I'm
want
just like,
somebody like a
look,
lethal
hey,
motherfucking
look,
ass.
just
Lethal?
sit
Like,
back.
nigga, you finna get it. What?
I saw a
Well,
clip.
yeah,
I saw a clip where this guy he got slid. He kind of got jumped. It was like after the club or something. His girl was there. He was a tall guy. He got slid. They knocked him out. and then they started running his pockets and shit. It was like 3 dudes, and
No.
I showed it to a coworker, and he was like, "Nah, my girl got protocols." He said, if that happens, then them dudes is definitely a threat. Go get my pistol, and what I'm saying, take care of business. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's like a protocol. You know what I mean? Like okay, yeah, I got slid. Them niggas knocked me out, but baby, take care of business. You know what I'm saying? They clearly
Yeah.
a threat. So I really sympathize with that, because like it's what I realized after having daughters. I realized that women don't look at men like in the ways that we think they do. You know what I'm saying? As far as like the strong protector, like of course yes, but what I mean is like, if our instabilities, our imperfections, our like, the parts of us that don't add up, that's not, maybe you're not a guy who likes to like that can beat up other guys. You know what I'm saying? The chick is okay with that. You know what I'm saying? She sees you for who you are, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I think that what happens is men think that women don't see them for who they are. They think that they
No,
see
no,
that
no, no,
image
no,
that
no,
they
no.
project. Do you get what I'm
No, but
saying?
well,
Like if
yeah, but the
you
thing
kind of
about that
soft,
is,
you kind of feminine, she sees that, and if she's okay with that, she's okay with that. Like I say, like when you lose the fight or whatever it is, like the female, she down for you. It's not like she finna go and be with the other guy because he beat you up. Like
no,
I'm
no,
trying to
no, 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 no,
I
no,
feel like
no. I feel what
you
you. s-
gotta stand your ground in certain cases because like my wife, one of the things that we went through in the beginning, and people used to be like, "Damn, boy," like I would
You s-
hear like her brothers and sisters like, "Damn, Daryl getting punked," but because of the
you still
person
got to
I was,
fight. You
yeah,
still
the
got to
person that
fight.
I was,
Yeah,
you
you
know what I'm
can't just
saying? Like
scroll.
I didn't I would a lot of times I wouldn't go back and forth with her, and these type of things, and I one day I heard her having a conversation, you know what I'm saying? And she was like telling somebody on the phone, like, man, I better stop testing Daryl. I better because like I just feel like, you know what I'm saying? And I realized that, like with her, like showing that being candid and stuff, yeah, she wants that, but it's like she also wants to be, and I don't mean no disrespect when I say this, she also wants you to put her in her place, if you will. You know what I'm saying? And
but
you
that's
can't be very passive with
that's
some women.
not
I'm just saying some
yeah,
women,
that's
not
not all
all
women.
women.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to get to. But it was just something that I had to
Well,
realize, like that being overly nice and and this and this and that all the time. Like, nah, I had to, if you will, let my nuts hang, and like you know, and mean what I say and stand on it and not be willing to give in. That was just one of the things that I learned in my marriage,
So
well,
Mina,
early on.
what
if you go, like my thing is, regardless of what type of guy you are, whether you on the softer side, you're not really a good fighter. You probably gonna get your ass whooped. I think you should still try, and like that's just one thing. Like you don't just up and start running and be like, "Come on, baby, come on, catch up." Like I mean,
but
you just
But I
but
think
like I
more of
say,
what he's speaking on is the boundaries. Because that's what I was hearing. If you have boundaries and you set the line and you're saying respect my boundaries or else, and you're not letting someone run over all over your boundaries, I mean they're going to respect you. They're going to start treating you like, oh, okay, he has boundaries. So I mean everyone, ideally everyone should have boundaries. And I think
yeah,
that's more of like when you show that, hey, I said what I said, you're setting a boundary, and that's healthy and that's good and that's something you should do, and people respect you more when you respect yourself.
definitely.
yeah. So, but Mina, what do you think about that though? About the masculine men, like as far as like the rough hands, strong guy, willing to beat up guys or whatever. Like, what do you what is attractive to you or not attractive to you related to that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, does the man do a man? What qualities do we have to you know portray to be a man or whatever? Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, does it is there anything
Right.
that
So I'm more thinking like remember when I told you earlier where I'm not trying to teach my brother how to necessarily be a man but how to be a decent human being. That's
Yeah.
what I'd look for in a partner. And I was trying to talk to him cuz he was like I just don't get any girls, like no one's looking after me blah, blah, blah. And you know all these girls just want you guy with a car and I don't have that and I'm like you're in college first of all, like calm down. And then I told him, like, you have to understand that the people you want in your life are going to be people that elevate you and uplift you and are people that you can confide in and be confident with and be comfortable with. I was telling him that a lot more women are going to start looking for men who have the emotional intelligence, that went through therapy, that know what stresses them out, that know their triggers, that know why they act the way they act or the childhood trauma that they went through so they don't traumatize them or their children. I think a lot of women are more thinking about the emotional intelligence of a man rather than, you know, how many muscles does he have or what, you know. I think especially with as far as the rearing of children, women want emotionally intelligent men. Women want men
Exactly.
who
A man that can hold a
know how to set
conversation.
boundaries and
Exactly.
have, you know, have done the healing and have done the work and made sure that their childhood trauma, whatever they went through, doesn't pass on to their kids.
Exactly.
And I was saying
Like
that
I feel that shit. I
I
feel that.
think
So
that
I think that's so true.
I think Deuce and Pat need to get more in touch to their feminine side. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
you a lie because I go to counseling, bro. I
Because
don't tell people that. I
but
am in tune with my feminine side. Like,
but you
hey,
you
bro,
y'all
I
won't
know
listen
more
to the
about women.
girl songs. I was talking about the music, Katy
I
Perry
do.
and
What are you
stuff,
talking about? I
and
just
y'all
don't
was
like
like,
Katy Perry. I don't like Katy Perry as an artist, but I listen to Alyssa Cara. I listen to goddamn, I forget that chick name, the one that made that song. Mama told me there'll be boys like you tearing my
so
heart.
it's
Yeah, I listen to
okay.
shit
It's
I
bro,
okay
I
to
listen to
love
jam.
all of it.
It's okay to
What do
jam
you
Cardi B, Nicki Minaj,
I
Beyonce.
just don't personally like them as an artist, okay? That's what I was
fair.
saying. I don't like okay, they're doing their thing. I get it. They're doing their thing. They're successful artists, you know, but I just don't particularly, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't even listen to rap dudes that sit up and call women bitches and hoes and I put my thumb in a butt. Like, bro, I don't need to know what you doing to your girl, dog. You feel me?
Well,
Like
and
I I don't like them because of that. And I mean not because of that, but I just don't like per se to listen to that. You know what I'm saying? Like
well,
Cardi B first album, I jammed it. I'm not gonna lie. I listened to it. I gave it a try. I liked that one, but her music after that, I was like, come on, man.
I'm probably not listening to that album all the way through, but I mean, I do like different songs by those different artists you mentioned. But I'm totally happy with me.
Bro,
I like me.
I'm very in tune with the feminine. Like I know, like bro, like I literally, like I don't know why, but I took a liking into studying woman, and it's like certain things. My wife be like, oh, I heard, oh this here, or this that, and I be like, oh yeah, that's probably this. You should look that up or whatever. And you know what I'm saying? And I've been to her OBG appointments, and I'm like, yeah, I was telling her that it was probably this and this and that, and the doctor was like, this dude
And
here, like, girl,
I'm
he a
I'm
keeper.
very I'm very sensitive. So I mean, I mean I don't know what
But
it may
when y'all
because
talk, I feel like y'all not confident in your masculinity or femininity, or you're not confident in
no,
it,
I
and
feel like you're being judgmental because like
because
you're not in enough situations with me to really be able to say that.
yeah,
Nah,
well, just from us talking
I'm
on the show,
confident in it. I'm confident in it, bro.
be,
Like I don't
be,
I
because
don't
like me
have a
being able
problem
to
with being
say,
sensitive. I'll cry in front of you in a heartbeat, bro. Like for real. Like if I'm emotional, but I'm very emotional, get in my feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm that guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't do it in front of everybody, and that's just a part of how we grew up. You know what I'm
but
saying?
it's
But
like
people
me
that know
saying,
me,
it's me saying I feel, I was abused by a woman, you know what I'm saying, but I'm comfortable enough to say that, you know what I'm saying.
I didn't see nothing wrong about that because my wife and I had a altercation where it was like bro, I was dodging her swings and punches, and I knew if she would have hit me, made connected. That shit was gonna hurt, and I told her straight out. I say, look, man, I'm not finna put my hands on you. I'm not finna touch you. But what I will do is call League City PD on your ass. You keep it up. That's just as
Well,
simple as that. I got called all kind of bitches and hoes. You gonna call the police on your? You goddamn right. Cause if
Well,
I hit you, I lose everything.
well, I was emotionally abused. Let me read the comments. It says,
I've been
"Yo,
there too.
it says your consciousness has no gender, but the physical body is different because of hormones." And then he says physical abuse for female aggressors are less believable because the male has the muscle to escape and get away, while male aggressors might be so much more physically stronger than females.
is that Elliot or Dot?
That's
Bro,
Thriller, Brendan.
Oh,
I've
okay.
been I've been emotionally, mentally abused. Like, bro, I'm telling you, I don't put my shit out there, but the past 3 years in my marriage, it's been a lot. You feel me? It's been a lot. And I just don't speak up on it because I don't believe in putting my business out there to just some any motherfucker. Now, if somebody having a conversation, and I resonate with it, then I may insert. But
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I mean, I'm very emotional with with the person, my significant other. I mean, when I'm with guys, I'm not gonna be all I don't, like. I mean, if I'm going through something and I decide to have that conversation, yeah, you might see some of it, but at the same time, it's just like you know, I've already like learned how to deal with certain things on my own because that's how I spend most of my life is that way. You know what I'm saying? So
What about
even
being sensual and showing affection in public and how do you feel about that? Kissing in public, so being sensual. How do you
no,
feel
with your
about
girl in public?
sensuality anyways, like in sex?
no,
Do
no,
y'all
because I'm a big proponent of like I'm against that. Public uh affection and all that kind of stuff because not as far as holding hands walking through you know maybe from time to time just like just a kiss on the cheek but like all like I don't like I just don't believe in all that because there's a place for all of that. You go out in public and heterosexuals are doing it, then now that sets a tone for others to come out and start trying to do it. No, I don't think that I think there's certain things that's for a certain place. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, like you said, holding hands, just walking and smiling and laughing and having fun with a person. Yeah, I think that's like very, you know, very much okay. But as far as all of that, goo goo gaga, I'm, like making love to you, kissing, all sensual, like all that kind of stuff in public. Nah, that's kind of like a show.
well let me take it to another level. So what about in sex? How do y'all feel about being sensual? Like, do y'all have like
Oh, it's a
ritual in
necessity.
sex,
It's a
or
necessity.
yeah, do you have a build up time? Do you have a some kind of like mental foreplay, some kind of like, you know, do what about like when
Well,
y'all touch each other? Do you touch each other in other parts that's not the private parts? Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
yeah. Well, I mean, I think all that stuff really kind of begins like, let's just say you're preparing for a great weekend. Monday is a good day to start trying to, trigger those thoughts and getting her into, like, you send text messages that, whether it's, sensual or, even freaky, just saying, like just being there, just triggering her mind to certain things to where she, oh, this dude, boy, you better sit down, you better stop. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I mean, you start all that process like you're doing it all week long. I mean, shoot, even right afterwards, it's just like those communications, the smacks on the butt, and whatever it is that's your thing, y'all communicate. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's the, yeah, uh, those things.
Let me read the comments.
I
Brendan
like the
says, "Yeah, I
holding and
love that. I
kissing
think
of the
it's better.
forehead as you're laying in the bed, holding her, kissing on the forehead,
Yeah, I think cuddling and
saying little
stuff is like
things.
the best part. Like, and another part I'll be saying is anticipation is the best part." Let me read the comment. Brendan says, "Throughout adulthood, I had many setbacks with self-control, and I had to identify my triggers and boundaries. I go to therapy, and recently I checked into a hospital because of multiple issues. I really believe it has opened my eyes to a lot of hurdles I never would have seen coming. Now, when they come, I know how to handle them. It's a more stable approach than to never acknowledge your weakness and vulnerability. It just fills the void of lack of awareness. It's like studying for a test." He says, "Because life's going to test you."
Interesting.
I think that, mental health, bro, like, and see, a lot of the triggers, a lot of the issues where mental health comes in is from, a lot of these gender roles. Like, I mean, not just this, but I mean the society roles that society forces you into with these boxes, right? And then you feel like you don't fit into this box properly. You know what I'm saying? So it kind of makes you, it off balance. So this has a lot to do with mental health, because like I was trying to explain is that I feel like a lot of us is brainwashed when it comes to these gender roles.
Well, I mean, the thing is, regardless of that, whatever how comfortable you feel in your skin, and the person, because I mean, a lot of times you're gonna attract the person that you're matched to. Like, and that's just without like really even trying. But if if they're trying to be over aggressive because they see that, then I mean, that's probably not a good match. Overall, like if they're trying to mentally abuse you, physically abuse you, whatever, that's probably not a good relationship to be in. But overall, I think that, whatever kind of temperament you may have, in most cases, you're attracted to, or they will be attracted to you because of what they like. You know what I'm saying? So it's really, whatever, you got to be comfortable with yourself regardless. You know what I'm saying? And also, I mean, you got to speak up for yourself. I mean, is it in your own energy to get used, or to allow people to treat you bad? I mean, sometimes it's not even quite, because I mean, we could say, yeah, it's the person's fault for abusing you, taking it to that step. But sometimes, I mean, and women test men, period. Like, if you just that weak, you know what I'm saying? Like, most likely y'all wasn't gonna be together for a long period, because you won't even stand up to her. Like, how can, just as a human being, whether you want to say it's a male role, female role, whatever you call it, like, you you know what I'm saying, like, you're not gonna step up, like, speak up for yourself. Sometimes they do need you to tell them to shut the hell up.
That's what I be talking about, bro. But I don't think you hear it though. Damn it, I was gonna say something and I lost it because that last comment you made turned me off. Yeah, sometimes you need to tell them to shut the hell up. Shit.
I mean, I
Emotional
mean, come.
woman.
Well, it's not even like that. I mean, like I said, it's more on the aggressive side. Like, if they're being aggressive to you, like if they're being mean to you, it's like, look, you need to shut that shit up. Like, look, don't make me. You know what I'm saying? Don't make me pull out a freaking Usher some Usher lyrics.
These are my confessions.
You, you make me, you make me. Like, I don't know, man. I just,
Well, wait,
bro.
that's what I wanted to say. I wanted to give props out to Brendan for sharing, his thoughts and that that he's getting help, and it's I think that's another thing, with our community, right? Especially with men, like you're supposed to be like we're talking about abuse and shit, and how there's nowhere to go for men to get if they're been abused by their wife and shit. So, but then this is the thing, like you also it's embarrassing to go get mental health, right? It's like you're a man, suck it up, right? So that's why I'm saying giving props to Brendan for having the balls, the nuts, the strength to get help. You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, and I'm glad he is. I mean, but I honestly, it's been like I know over generations, like that's one thing in the black community. It's like they don't really push for that because I guess they feel like it's something that goes, like as far as your family is concerned, it's like a lot of times they feel like, oh well, what you have crazy because of me, or like I don't know, like it's a weird thing. I mean, I've never really saw anything bad with somebody going to counseling. You know, honestly, like I mean, if I was to go to counseling, it would be because of the relationship I had with my dad. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, let's explore that a bit. Amina's a psychologist almost. help him with the daddy issues. Let me read
but
Brendan's
see, but
comment.
that's the thing. I've identified most of it, and like I know why I'm angry with him. You know what I'm saying? Like I know, like it's certain things, and like the I don't even have to really balance it because like I love him as a person because he's my dad, but it irritates me a lot that the way he handles things. So I mean I'm willing. I mean if she wants to go through that, I'm cool.
I can go through it tomorrow if you'd like. I gotta go to sleep.
I was about to say
I
that.
feel
I'm
you.
about to wrap it anyways. I'm really tired. Let me read this
Yeah.
comment. It says, Moon and sun left the right mother and father, light and darkness, male and female. However you want to define it, there is a balance of male and female of energy in all of us. If there is an imbalance, there is no harmony. And that's when you act a fool and either be too much of one thing or both. You know your role, though there is a certain time for you to be masculine and there is a time to be feminine. Like showing emotion in a sad movie, yes, that is a time to show you're human. And I think that's your point, Brendan, is that it's
Good.
being human is all of that of
The
the
cinnamon.
masculine and
Right.
feminine. It's all of that. Yeah, I'm a freaking wrap it, y'all. I worked already. I've been picking up shifts this week. School is out, so I've been working. And so I'm working. I worked today. I worked yesterday. That's why I didn't know if I was going to be late today. Um, I might be late tomorrow too. I don't know because I'm working tomorrow. So you said you'll be back tomorrow,
Yeah.
Mina?
Mm-hmm.
Great, fantastic. We're going to go into
Look,
some dark, heavy stuff tomorrow.
I've been managing pain. I have a toothache, and I've
Oh,
been trying to manage pain. So that's one of the reasons why I came in as late as I did. I finally got some sleep today, to this evening. Last night I hardly slept, barely slept, but
tooth pain is the
either way.
worst.
Yeah,
The
it
worst.
is.
So what are you doing? You got some natural remedies. You putting some, what is it? I'm gonna say neem oil. What are you putting on there?
I have some stuff that I don't know what's all in it, but it's the name of it's like Candida wise, so it's kind of like to break down like what's called like infections and whatever. So I put those kind of drops right on my tooth, and which it helps. I think it's been somewhat healing it. Probably got something in it that I couldn't get out, but however, I took a stand back, some old school shit, so for it to get right in my system and start working right away. Which, man, that shit, it saved my life, bro. Like I was able to actually rest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. So, but how do you feel about going to the dentist? When was the last time you went to the dentist?
No, I went for, when was it? I'm trying to think. What was that? I was in Louisiana because I did it in Louisiana. I think I went in December or January, and he told me that I needed. He said, and the thing was, like, I had to pay everything out of pocket because he didn't take my insurance.
The
And then
dentist
me
is
trying to,
always so expensive. That's the painful part. Most painful part.
yeah,
Sucks.
and he recommends me to get a root canal because if I just pull it, I'm gonna have other teeth, those two teeth around it, moving around.
That's why I
So
had to take these 2 teeth in the front, is because they had to take one of the teeth and the other tooth was all messed up. So they just took both teeth. Sucks so
yeah,
bad. Let me read Doc. What's up, Doc? Doc's comment. He says, I've been having a bad migraine day too. Had to work through it, but when I got home, I had to go dark and silent a few hours. Yeah, man.
what
Tooth
what
pain is the worst. Y'all making my teeth hurt thinking about it.
oh, bless you.
Yeah, man. I got a bad cavity right now. It's bad.
Yeah,
I got an appointment coming up though.
Damn,
I was about to say that the go to the dentist, because that's what sucks. Like, I mean, you
I
got to go
got
to the
good insurance.
dentist.
Look, I got good insurance, but guess what? Guess what happened? I got, a debit card. I got a, my debit card expired in March, and of course, like, I have my shit set up on automatic pay and all that kind of shit. And my card that expired, I didn't realize that I got 2 months to catch up on before they'll reinstate me, and then now, they got to talk to some board or whatever them to make sure it's
That
okay
shit
to
is
reinstate.
so much
This
bullshit.
Yeah, bro. I'm like,
But
look, it's just because of my card expired. Like, somebody should have called me
come
first
on,
of
man.
all, said
Come on,
something,
man. That's so much bullshit. After you've been paying these motherfuckers every fucking month. Anyways,
I done had it for over a year, and it's like, okay, I never missed any payments, and then, like, now you got to go through some kind of board to see if I deserve to get my stuff reinstated.
and that whole
Like,
time you probably didn't even barely use it, right?
I
All this
not
money you paying.
once. I have not used it once.
But you could go and find other places to get you. And I tell everybody that, bro. Like, go to the damn dentist, bro. Go to the damn dentist. I hate it
Oh
too. I
no,
hate the dentist. I hate it.
I have no look at this point. I have no choice.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
think, like, every time I brush my teeth, I'm probably knocking off more of this tooth. Like, it cracked,
Yeah, you need to
a while
go
back.
to the dentist. Find one, look it up, find one that's cheap or whatever. Cause
Nah, well, I don't know. I'm scared of the cheap because
yeah, not too
they don't
cheap. I'm
take.
like that too. I spent a whole bunch of money on my teeth, bro. Cause I went to them white folks.
And
I ain't
and
gonna lie. I went to them
and I
white
ain't gonna lie,
folks. I
I'm a
went
little
to a
bitch when it comes to
specialist.
pain.
Me
When
too. I do not like pain. I do not like pain. I told them, can y'all put me to sleep? They was like, we don't need to do all that.
That's my sensitive side. You know what I'm saying? Like, but not, man. Like,
Doc
honestly, like,
says there's a dental college in town that is actually pretty cheap comparably.
hell no. Hell to the nose. Like, no.
Hell to the no.
Look,
To the
somebody, if something
no.
happened to they gonna be responsible for this shit. Like,
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm scared, so that I go to the expensive places. That's the reason why I haven't got my teeth fixed yet. Is because, like, I could have gone a cheaper route, but I always, like, that's just how I am. I feel like it's your damn teeth. Like, don't fucking, like, I did get a tooth pulled from, like, a cheaper place before, like maybe a couple times, because if I know a lot now, like, about the shit. So, like, I know it's just a tooth pull. It ain't a big deal. You know what I'm saying? I really could do it myself, probably. You know what I'm saying? That's not a big deal. But if it's something that's a little more complicated, then like I got infections and shit like that. Like I need somebody that know what they're doing up in there. What was I gonna say? I want to ask you, Doc. He said, knock me out. I'm allergic to pain. I break out and screams every time. Me too, bro. I hate fucking pain. I think women that's one of the things, like women seem like women, all the women I know, like anyways. Doc, I wanted to ask you, we was talking about gender fluidity, gender roles, and how like society kind of forces you to basically play a role of your gender. Like men have to do this and women have to do that. Women have to have a job, make all the money, pay all the bills, pay for the damn dates and buy a ring and shit. And women have to wear dresses and be polite and be feminine and emotional and shit. So how do you think those gender roles, how do you think they affected you in your life? Do you feel like you have to make all the money and you have to do all this because you're a man or whatever? He says, yet we have male nurses and women doctors. Yeah, we do, but not that it's still mostly men as doctors and mostly women as nurses. You have some, but that's definitely a really low minority, a low fraction. And then I think a lot of people, let me ask y'all this, Deuce, Pat, Thriller, how do y'all feel about having a male doctor or a female doctor? Does it matter? Or does it depend on whatever you have going on, or would you prefer a male doctor? And then let me add another layer to that question. What about
I
the
got a female
race?
doctor, and I love her. I love Dr. Montgomery. She a tall, dark, piece of chocolate. God damn it, I
And
love her.
you go to her for
You talking
everything?
family doc?
I go to her for everything.
Okay.
Like the
So what
regular
about
family
race?
doctor?
I don't
I
have
don't
a
care.
family.
I don't really care about that, bro. Like
I
honestly, I mean,
prefer
I don't. It's
females.
it's good. To be honest with you, to be honest with you, I was extremely happy that when, of course, we were expecting a baby, but it didn't happen. We had miscarriage, but I was extremely happy that 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 my wife, she ended up having, you know, a black doctor, black female OBG this time around, because I feel like with so many women that are dying from pregnancies and just not being properly taken care of. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they
And
need to be
so
like you
that
want to be
made me feel a lot more at ease.
you want
You
to be
know,
maxed out on comfort. You know what I mean? Like comfort. You want to feel comfortable. The most comfortable. Did I talk over everybody again? Shit. I'm gonna stick to the comments.
no, you good. I guess it's almost sound like I lost everybody. Pat, you still there?
Oh shit. This is what happens too. I'll be able to hear one person, but the other party's not.
What about me?
I'm still
I
in.
can hear you.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
I had started looking at some other stuff on my phone thinking but no, what was what was the last comment you made about the oh yeah, the doctors. Yeah, like I don't know, me personally, I'm I do prefer black doctors for whatever reason. But I think it's relatability and you know, we are somewhat different in different things, so somebody who understands those differences, because some doctors kind of, you know, yeah, we are the same for the most part, but when biologically we do have some differences. So I think just for that relatability, I do prefer to have and I think females are usually more you know, they listen more. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they act like the doctors that I've run across, like the female doctors, actually they listen more and they try to help you accomplish whatever it is your goal is. So, yeah, I would say a black female would be my preference.
I agree that you guys probably got fucking. I don't mean you guys in like putting you guys in a different category as me, but I'm just saying you probably have trust issues with any other race because of history. So
Well,
I don't.
I don't think that someone of a different race is gonna try to kill me or anything. But I mean, as far as a lot of times, we just have like certain things that we know of our own. It's it's certain things you don't have to be said. Um, you know, it
Yeah.
just, it's just that I had an Indian because see, honestly, I prefer doctors who are more on the naturalist side, like that's naturopath, naturopath. So it's those who know how to combine, na- the natural medicines with, whatever's going to be the best route to go, and they consider all the options. Those are the doctors I prefer. And there was, like I said, this Indian lady. She was actually really, really good, and that was her thing. That's how she would, it's like, hey, I would tell you to go pick up this supplement, but this prescription actually works better than this or that or whatever, or vice versa. It's like, yeah, I could give you this prescription, but I think if you go get this supplement, it'll actually, work better for this, blah blah blah. So that's the part that I really prefer, because if you can go back and forth with what's really best, what works, what's the most proficient, what's
Hey, like a doctor that's really seductive or really motherly. Which one would you rather have? Seductive or motherly? I think
I
motherly,
guess
but it
motherly.
is
Yeah,
it
yeah,
is
I
my
would definitely say
fantasy
mother.
though that like good old hot nurse,
Eh,
all seductive with me, fuck
yeah,
half of the patient.
honestly,
But
like when it comes to a doctor, nurse, and all that kind of stuff, like I'm not even in that real mode. Like, I probably like, oh yeah, she's hot, she's cute, whatever, blah blah blah. But you know what I'm saying? I gotta pull my drawers down so they can, like, those, you ain't getting turned on by that kind of interaction. You know what I'm saying? Somebody checking to see you know what kind of ailments you may have. You're not. I don't know that.
right.
I guess, like I said, I would prefer something that's more motherly than.
Say if I had to go
Uh,
to a STD clinic or something, definitely male. I ain't trying to fuck with any female.
what is up with Chaka? Where
But if it was like my life, on the line, female that was motherly. Yo, King, where you at?
uh, hold on. I was reading through some of the comments that that Doc wrote. Let me see. What was the last one that Chaka read? The dental college. Yeah. In a relationship, we are more important than me. We do whatever is needed to make sure things work. I've never been stuck up on supposed to. Plus, I open doors, tend to pay for meals, or will tip if I don't pay. But on the other hand, I despise doing dishes and trash, mostly due to problems growing up. I definitely, I feel you, bro. It says, I'm just looking for a doctor with small fingers. I know what they have to do my next couple of visits. You know what? That's something that I gotta do as well, man. I've never been like I'm not excited about that that test. But I mean at some point I guess I'm gonna have to do it.
Hey, just do like Earthquake did. They sent him in the room to put the gown on. You know how the back's supposed to be out. He turned the gown around and had his front out. Earthquake
Yo,
say, Earthquake say, hey, nah. Talking about why my ass out, everybody against the wall.
Yeah,
one time
I think I saw that.
as a kid, I had like blood in my stool for a week. And bro, it was a process. They were jamming all sorts of shit up my ass, seeing if I had Crohn's disease, all this other shit.
Oh
Turned out to
damn.
be just like a scratch from some fucking grainy food or some shit. But
Whew.
that was the worst. They're like ridiculing me. They're like, "Do you like to shove things up your ass and shit?" I'm like, "No." I was like seventh grade. Hell no.
No, they didn't go.
Shit, if I do it again, is my mic even on?
Yep.
It probably would have been better off.
Well, Doc, see your last comment says over 5,000 years of human history, and they still haven't found a better way than the finger test. Well,
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I was trying to finish.
there's way more than 5,000 years of human history, but I would definitely say there is some because I just took a test with my doctor. She's a total homeopath, um, naturopath. Um, that there's a what you call that thing again? It's a bioscan, and they can pretty much tell you everything. Like she already told me, like my prostate is great, um, but it's through that bioscan you can find out all kinds of stuff about your health, and like that was one of the things. Like my biggest issue is my liver,
Dude, those have
so
been
that's
hitting the scene. Those have really hit the market here in the last couple of years. Doctors are starting to invest in them after the pandemic and stuff like that because they can literally diagnose you and not even be in a room with you.
That's
Like,
badass. That's like the health pods I was talking about.
well, yeah, because I mean, if you really got a good doctor, like they could really like just looking at you can tell where you have problems because, like whether it's your eyes, your tongue, your fingernails, your like different things that they can look at to really determine, where you're having issues at. But like I said, this is like a little machine, a bioscan, where you just hold it in your hand for about less than 5 minutes, like 3 minutes or something like that. You hold it and it runs the scan throughout your body, I guess, and it'll come up on the computer where you're having issues. So
it does passive reading on blood and sugar levels using your hands and where it contacts. I mean, it's the whole thing. I mean, like I said, I just saw a little half-hour show on them on on National Geographic Channel the other day. I might pop up that article for everybody because that's actually some really badass technology that's just starting to hit the market.
That's badass. I'm happy to hear that. I've been calling for that. It's like, dude, we're like going to Mars and shit. It's like, why haven't we cured every disease yet? Like, why isn't that number one? You know, the health industry
why
has
haven't
advanced
why
so
haven't
much.
you cured every disease?
Yeah, all that
Well,
fucking money, all them foundations set up, bro. There's still children
well,
dying every day. You know,
bro, I'm gonna say it like this: any disease can be cured. It's just the ability to want to. So if you find a doctor that's wanting to help you, like if they're not trying to totally just make all the money they can make off of you, giving you prescriptions or medications that only kind of subside
Okay.
your problems, there's natural, because I mean God gave all the healing herbs for our bodies. Anything that we'll deal with throughout our lifetime, it exists. It's just that they can't patent those and they can't resell it to you as their own. So once people realize that that's a dynamic in our medical processes, you start, you're gonna be subject to their bullshit. So
Yeah. Bro, I don't know, man, because my stepdad put it like this. Like, there's the doctors that go through the motions and that have already been just worn out and that just know this certain way. And then there's the doctors that are trying to like save people's lives, you know? So I
well,
guess
yeah,
it's just,
well,
I guess it's
there's like, if you're a doctor and you don't write you're not writing out prescriptions, like they come check you. They be like, wait a minute, what's going on here? You ain't selling no drugs. What's the deal? You know what I'm saying? Like that, and that's where they make a good bit of their money. It's through, prescriptions. Uh, I used to say subscriptions because that's what a lot of times that's what they like. They
so
have to get the shit
are
over
you
and
a
over.
dollar sign? Are you a dollar sign or are you a human in need? Basically. That's
Well,
the two different kinds of doctors.
yeah, I mean, because that's if the doctor, I mean, because if you really was to ask, like a doctor, the way they treat their family is differently than the way that they treat just regular patients.
Dang, that'd be a good study.
Yeah.
See what they recommend to their family in certain illnesses versus what they do for protocol.
Hmm.
Vice needs to get on that.
Who that?
Vice. It's just like this network of people that go around and investigate a whole shit ton of shit or shine light at certain things that are popping.
So is Chaka done?
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I
Bro,
hope y'all didn't say nothing.
it's
Yeah, I
so
hope y'all
late
didn't
for me
say.
all the time. I wake up at like 8 a.m.
Yeah, I'm about
and
to
it's
wrap
7
it.
a.m. for you guys. But I come in here with good energy and then I always end up fatigued and like dropping the ball, like getting high or something, smoking a dude.
Yep. And this is really a mental exercise, so we should be meditating, expanding our mental perceptions. Hopefully, I can adjust it. I really be trying to adjust y'all's algorithms, the ones that's on your computer and the one that's in you.
Oh damn, that was a big hint. I'm catching the hints these days.
These
The ones on my
days.
computers, bro, it be talking to me. Chaka, you talking to me? Give me some superpowers.
To whoever's listening. Yeah, I'm gonna have to wrap it, y'all, because I'm tired and I gotta work tomorrow. Um, yeah. I
Hey,
got
can I
any
leave you
final?
guys with something? I'm gonna
Yeah,
give out the
final
code right
thoughts.
now. I'm gonna give
Everybody,
out the
final
code.
thoughts.
I'm gonna give out the code. If you haven't ever heard of it, look up the master key. The master key. It is the key. I gave away the key, damn it. Fuck it. Everybody needs to know it.
What is it
Excuse my
about? All
language.
right. Well, I'm all right. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look it up and see. But yeah, peace and
Bro,
love, everybody. See y'all tomorrow. Um, hopefully this tooth starts feeling better. But
Yeah, man. I hope you feel better, bro. I hate tooth pain. That shit is the worst.
Hey man, get you a piece of that twine rope and tie it around
twine.
that tooth. Yeah, the twine and tie it around that tooth, and have
I never.
somebody slam the shit out
What
your
is
door.
twine? What is twine? I never heard of twine.
Really? It's like a type of
It's
string.
that it's this type of string or rope. It's real strong rope. It's
It's
what you
like what you
see.
would use for crabbing. You want to use twine for crabbing
Yeah, it's
because the
that real
crabs.
thick like rope. You see like when they anchor off like the little boats and shit like
I
that
think
on the
it's
docks.
breaded or threaded or whatever you call it. What do you call it,
Braided,
Doc?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's got that yellowish tint.
Well, it'd be different colors, but they all have to be twined. I think the reason why they call them twine is because they're kind of like it's more than one that's together.
It's like a toothbrush.
And yeah, so yeah, I know twine because you use that to go fishing. You can find that in the fishing places and go crabbing with it.
Well, I got some grip pliers. If it
Nah, that's
really
gonna
gets that
really
bad.
hurt. That's gonna really hurt. See, if you
Bro, get that.
you take some of that thin twine, multiple threads wound together. You take that and you put a couple of pieces like you're gonna floss and tie it around that tooth, and tie it out and tie the other end off to the door of your truck, and have
Man, you
Hey,
somebody
done
slam
lost your
that
thing.
door. Slam
You
your
said
door, man. It'll
opium
pull that
earlier.
tooth right out of there, man. Pull
I,
Hey,
that
bro.
tooth
My
right out of there,
I
pal.
my
wouldn't
tooth is not that loose, Deuce.
I wouldn't take those recommendations.
I'm just fucking with Pat, man.
Hey,
Everybody
hey,
listening,
Pat, you
don't
said
listen to
opium.
Deuce.
Hey man, I'm
You,
telling y'all listen to me, boy. Y'all life will be great. I'm telling you. I'm gonna save you some money.
You're gonna get a worse infection. It's gonna be a piece of the tooth left in there. It's gonna fester and turn into a whole damn bloodstream polluted.
uh-oh.
That shit can kill you. Let me read Doc's comment. He says
Natural. Go
natural
ahead.
marijuana is still mostly illegal across the country. Black market
Not
price
here.
$10 a gram, roughly. 2 doses synthetic THC Marinol, $85 a dose without insurance.
Synthetic marijuana is the worst thing ever for you. But I do have to say, I don't know. Pat said he took some kind of opioid, but bro, kratom would be the best route instead of getting addicted to prescription drugs.
I don't do
If
really. I don't. No, I don't do prescriptions. Like
He said, we don't do that here.
no. I mean, I barely like if it wasn't for the type of pain I was in, like because I took a stand back, what they call it,
Yeah.
and like I said, it gave me a lot. I got some. I bought some. What is it? Tylenol extra strength. I bought some of those too. So
just get that numbing gel. It's whatever it's called.
well, I have that too. I have some Orgel as well. So
Yeah.
um,
Bro, and
but
what I find is like this gel that I got from the dollar store that like is supposed to whiten your teeth. When I ran out of the numbing gel, I put that gel on there, and it like forms like a layer over your tooth, and it helps like for half of the day.
okay.
Straight from the dollar store, it's like a whitening gel. But dude, I feel your pain. A couple months ago, dude, I was just sitting in bed like, fuck. It's the worst pain I've ever felt.
It's the worst. It ain't nothing worse than because it just keeps going forever. It's like and then you kind of, and then you don't ever get used to it either. It's just like a keep on throbbing, humming type of constant nagging ass pain. Can't sleep,
I
can't eat.
had my ear hurting, my whole side of my face. I felt
Yeah.
different stuff in different side, parts of my face. It's just
Yeah, I'm going to the dentist when I'm feeling like that because that's what drives me to the dentist when I get like that. Because I usually have to wait. I usually wait till I get to that point where I just can't take it no more, and I schedule a little damn dentist.
yeah. Well, I'm on the road and just to be able to find somebody in between here and where I'm going, you know what I'm saying? Just
yeah,
a
struggle.
task.
Yeah, man. Peace and love, y'all. Y'all have a good night. I'm gonna have to wrap it. I'm gonna be back tomorrow We're gonna talk about. Did y'all see the video, the genocides of American eugenics video? Did y'all see that?
You know, honestly, I didn't see any of those videos, but I'll
Oh.
probably get a chance to watch them today.
Yeah, I'm gonna I want to cover that. I know we talked about it a bit before, but this video breaks down how Hitler was inspired by the American eugenics program.
Mm-hmm.
My dad was born on the same day as Hitler. I don't talk to him.
So
Hey, that infection, but that tooth infection can lead to sepsis, which goes throughout your whole body, and they'll have to go in. They'll have to go in and like remove infection from your lungs, everything.
Well, it means your blood is getting in. Like what happens
blood,
is,
yeah.
the toxins. See, what happens is when you have an infection, right? So you have your white blood cells attacking it and killing off it, but the white blood cells die, and then but see, like what happens is it's basically like a poison that's building up in your bloodstream as a result of the infection. You know what I'm saying? Because the infection keeping on festering, and your teeth are connected to your bloodstream. You know what I'm saying? And if you get to a point where it's over a certain percentage of your blood, that's when they call it sepsis.
That's right. My buddy Pat had that happen, man. That's brutal.
Yeah,
a different Pat. Patrick Quinn.
It totally could kill you. It can make you have a stroke. It can make you have a heart attack.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get it taken care of ASAP.
All right, y'all. Be safe. Be nice to people.
Alcohol too.
Oh man.
For like 5 minutes.
Be nice to women and transgenders and gay people too.
Love everybody. We're all
be
going
nice
through
to immigrants. Yes. White people. Like
dude,
Doc.
I was just having this conversation. Why the fuck do we allow anyone to have a military? Military isn't necessary. So like, dude, respect each other. Why the fuck do you need a military? We should end all military. Like you don't need a military. Because we're not going to war, and if you go to war, then you're getting fucking nuked.
I like this comment Doc said, because this is fucking poetry right here. It says, remember, we can all be better listeners, and our ears don't get us in as much trouble as other holes in our head.
I try to listen, but like I feel like I have like an overload of excitement to respond. I'm sorry.
My nose doesn't get me in that much trouble.
Probably be like chasing that pussy.
Well, maybe.
That's what you gotta go get right now. That'll help that tooth, I'm telling you.
It be smelking.
Oh,
it. You can smell it.
Hey, go
From
get
a
you a little of that
distance.
juice and rub around your teeth. It'll numb it for you.
Hey, Chaka can
At the very least,
like fuck you, dude.
Distraction. At the very least, it's a distraction. Take your mind off
Hey,
it for a little while.
but the only thing about it, boy, when your heart start pumping real good, and
that
all
tooth
that
gonna
blood
start
going
throbbing.
to that tooth gonna start throbbing, bro. That's the only thing about it, man.
He says, try taking public transportation. Your nose will not be your friend. Walking around downtown.
Who
Pat
does
one of them,
that?
Certain cities.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Pat, one of them bourgeoisie niggas. You ain't gonna see him where it's pee on the sidewalk. He's like, there's urine on the sidewalk. There's a man defecating over there. There's feces.
Hey man, y'all know that shit is legal in San Francisco, California. That the homeless can literally, like I saw some type of report, man. Some journalist was filming this shit. These people are sitting at the restaurant eating, and the homeless guy just walks up, drops his pants, and starts shitting in the middle of the sidewalk, right next to the outdoor seating area for where people are eating at.
Well, that's a shitty turn of events.
For
That's
real.
fucked up, bro. Like that shit is horrible, man.
Yo, Shaka, I'm gonna text you because, dude, I would love to have an entire night of me being a dominant thing with like 20 different topics about where we're heading with technology
Well, you could do a
and
show. Any of y'all could do a show, man. If y'all got stuff y'all want to present, y'all could just do it if y'all want, bro. Like, just
like
because I just be
maybe in the
winging it
next
half
couple
the time.
weeks. Yeah, like maybe in the next couple weeks I'll send you some videos and go over some topics with you, and then like whenever you're like, hey man, I don't really know what to talk about tonight, then we can make it
Yeah,
happen.
well, if as long as you got it together, I mean, it's way harder than it looks. Like to like talk about something for longer than like a few minutes. So, but like if
Yeah, I have
any
no
one of
idea.
y'all got something, y'all could present it, bro, and like do it, bro. Like I'll just sit here and listen, bro. Y'all could do it just like any one of y'all. I don't care. And that's what I want this to be. I want this to be a place where people could come and fucking, and if you want to plug some shit that you got going on, whatever. He said, I bought the software that lets you do the drawing hand videos. Yeah,
I
so
got
if like I
deep, bro. I got deep.
like
I
I
started writing books, man.
like I said, if
Like,
y'all want to present something, y'all music, y'all art, or something that you're writing, or whatever the hell, or even just a topic you want to talk about, like
I'm
shit,
trying to publish
any one of
chant books.
y'all.
I'm publishing these chant books, bro. It's just phrases you say to yourself. You chant until you feel it. All right. Not only that, I also want to create a a school system where it teaches you your numerology, your more based on you, your history, your genetics, what kind of health shit you might encounter due to your genetics, and then your numerology, where you would, you know what I mean, like where you would be best putting your focus to. It's
Well,
like,
you gonna be back tomorrow?
What about Cartomancy?
what's that?
Cartomancy. What is that? Sounds like heart death.
No, Cartomancy is the ancient system of cosmology. Like
Yeah,
that's the original
exactly.
way, like using
Astrology.
the playing cards. Like
Oh, tarot cards.
no, not tarot cards. They're like the deck, like the spade deck.
Oh yeah,
Without
yep. You get a card too in numerology. You get I'm the three of spades.
yeah,
Well, I'm
I
gonna wrap
I'm
it, y'all.
yeah, I'm a nine of clubs, a king of diamonds, and a king of heart, I think.
Well, y'all
But
tell me
My
which
anyway,
birth
ones
my
I am.
birthday's my birthday's a three of spades. I don't know what the other thing is.
Yeah, so y'all gonna be back tomorrow, right? Deuce, Dot, Pat,
Yeah, yeah, I'm
Thriller.
out here.
yeah, I'll
I'll
be
be
here.
back, bro. It's just
All right.
hella late, but I'll adjust.
I'm a, I'm working on doing a day show. One of these days, I'm gonna figure
What,
out how to do it. It might be on Monday.
Brendan? What was that link or what you were telling us to search again?
It's called Master Key. Now get over, dude. I mean, there's got to be a different video where they teach it better than this like cuckoo looking white guy that's like almost moving weird hypnotically because it's hard to get
So, but
over that,
how do they know what to look for, bro? Because I'm sure typing in Master Key, a lot of shit's gonna pop up.
bro. The
Why don't
Master
you
Key, man.
why don't you go and if you pull up the video and share it to the group, we will all be able to see
Yeah,
the same
perfect.
thing. And
I didn't see it through a video. I had saw it through the
was
law of I saw it through a book, but it was better explained to me through the Master Key. It's basically, dude, it is gonna give you
is it another way of
full
saying like
control, full control of your
law of
reality.
attraction?
It
Well,
probably
Law of
full,
is.
attraction.
it's not only that, but it's taking control of your thoughts, which is
Yeah,
law of attraction kind of overwhelms you because it's like, oh shit, I gotta fucking control these thoughts, like, oh shit, I just called in a bad thing. Whereas
but that's the key to law of attraction is controlling your thoughts, because you attract the things into your world that you want. So if you focus on
the master key will also give you sorry bro to interrupt. The master key will give you techniques to stop the random thoughts from entering your head. So basically it's like sitting still or standing still for and having self-control for like, you know, a 20-minute period 3 times a day for like a week, you know, or something. It maybe not be that hard in some lessons,
Yeah, that
but
sounds hard.
it's just like mental. It's a mental exercise where you take control. You let
All
nothing
right,
differ.
we gotta end it there, bro. Y'all have a good one.
But then, bro, when you
for
fully
sure.
understand when you fully understand the master key, you form in a master alliance, and that's what I want to do with you guys. Form the master alliance, and we put all of our brains towards something, and the frequency is just so much higher, and it'll be easy for us. We'll conquer the world.
That's what
Let's
we're
do
doing
it.
right now. Let's go. Peace, y'all.
All right.
Have a good night.
Peace.
All right, y'all.
All right.
Peace.